Okay. All right, we are going to call the Tuesday, September 9th, 2020 regular board meeting for the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District to order. And I will ask for a roll call, please.
Board President Tom Jennings.
Here,
Board Vice President Veronica Miramontes.
per AB 2449, Vice President Veronica Miramontes is attending virtually for just cause.
Board Member Jeffrey Cheetah. Here. Member Dr. Betty Luss. Here. Member Sarah Ostadal. Here. Member Malika Velasquez.
Here.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Diffenbar, are there any changes to the agenda?
No proposed changes, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. That was weird. Did you hear that? Okay. All right, in closed session, we will be discussing and having a conference with our real property negotiator, Ryan Altemeyer, our agency negotiator, obviously, for 2300 Garden Road, under negotiation, purchase price, and terms of sale of property. We'll have a conference with our labor negotiator, Dr. Nunez. He's our agency negotiator for the California School Employees Association, Monterey Bay Teachers Association, and unrepresented employees. We'll talk about public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, and also have a discussion about the public employee performance evaluation, the superintendent's goals. Public comment period. This is an opportunity for the public to make comments regarding any closed session items within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. When the president recognizes a board member, a member of the public for oral comments, such comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Are there any public comments?
Mr. President, excuse me. I think we need a motion to adopt the agenda.
You know, I think you're right.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll go back to that. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from, was that Ms. Velasquez? Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you for that reminder. You might have to do that more. So is there any public comment regarding closed session items? Okay, seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Adjourn closed session. First, we are going to go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to see where my vice president is. Madam Vice President, do you have a report from closed session? Is she there? No?
Yes, nothing to report from closed session. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, now we'll move to high school student representatives reports, introduction of the 2025 Fall Student Board Representatives. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
All right, thank you very much. This is always an exciting night where we get to be introduced to the high school representatives. So I'll call each principal up to introduce the representatives for this year. We'll start with Seaside High School, Principal Aginiga.
Good evening, Board President Jennings, board members, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, MPUSD community. I have the distinct privilege for introducing our two student board members from Seaside High School. Andrea Gonzalez Hernandez represents the best and brightest that is coming here at Seaside High School. As a freshman, she is involved in leadership, JROTC, and has already taken a dual enrollment Spanish class. She is looking forward to surrounding herself with great people at Seaside High School and looks forward to, after Seaside High School, potentially involving herself in the health career field. Also from Seaside High School, we have ASB President Aldrin Mina. You'll hear him as the loudest cheerer in our section at our Seaside football games, our sports. You'll see him and hear him at our rallies. And one of his highlights has been being part of the multicultural rally at Seaside High School and showcasing the beautiful diversity of Seaside High School. Once he graduates after this year as a proud senior, he looks forward to also getting involved in the health career, specifically in the dental field, potentially at MPC or UCLA. So thank you, and congratulations to Andrea and Aldrin.
Good evening, Dr. Diffenbaugh, President Jennings, and the MPUSD board. We hope everyone had a wonderful day. My name is Aldrin Mina. I am the ASB president at Seaside High School. My favorite thing about Seaside High is being able to plan our upcoming homecoming dance. And with that being said, here's a recap of some of the great things that have been happening at Seaside High School. On August 28th, we had our back-to-school rally, which was an extreme success with plenty of students and staff appreciation and participation. This Friday, September 12th, we will celebrate students with a 3.0 GPA or higher for the spring 2025 semester by inviting them to our first ever Vegas night. This weekend and the following weekends, we will be having homecoming float building days at 8:30 to 12:30. These workshops will be open to students who want to come out and support their class in creating HOCO floats, while also counting as Saturday school credit.
Hello, good evening, MPUSD board. My name is Andrea Gonzalez. I am this year's freshman class representative at Seaside High School. My favorite thing about Seaside High is our exciting lunchtime activities and being able to plan them. And this is the second part of our recap of amazing things that have taken place for the past 2 weeks. For Battle of the Bay week, September 2nd to the 5th, we hosted a variety of lunchtime activities and games for our Spartan students and staff to participate in or watch in the Greek. These activities included Splash a Senior on Tuesday, Flip Cup Tactile on Wednesday, Waterfall Relay on Thursday, and Pop Block and Drop on Friday. We have also finally decided the name for our homecoming theme and dance, which will be Once Upon a Homecoming for our theme name and the Glass Zipper Gala for our dance name. That concludes the summary of all the great things that have happened recently and all the amazing things that are to come. Thank you for your time. This concludes our board report. And remember,
Go Spartans!
All right. Thank you very much. Next up will be Central Coast High School, Principal Rebecca Tyson.
Good evening, Board President PK Diffenbaugh and board members. Today, I will be introducing Amari Lopez. She started her high school journey at Monterey High School before transferring to Marina High School her sophomore year. She joined Central Coast as a junior and continues her senior year at Central Coast, even though she's eligible to go back to her school of residence. According to Amari, staff at Central Coast are here for more than a paycheck. They love their job and they're there for the kids. Teachers are able to connect with the students despite some of the behaviors that they see. Amari didn't see this type of connection at the other high schools she attended. She says Central is more realistic. Students get to know their teachers and learn about their real lives. This type of a connection is what Central Coast is all about. Amari works at the Grill on Ocean Avenue in Carmel as a hostess. She enjoys this job because she's encouraged to be herself, and she gets to meet all different types of people from around the world and the country. Outside of school, Amari enjoys writing and journaling. Amari is shy. See if you can see that when she's here. But she's learning to grow outside of her comfort zone. She enjoys mental stimulation and having interesting conversations. She has high integrity and is wise, way beyond her years. After high school, Amari would like to go into cosmetology. She especially enjoys working with hair. Amari gets to give advice when she's working with someone's hair, and she's really good at giving advice. I've spent a lot of time with her recently. Amari would like to give a shout out to her mom, as she has always been there for her. Her mom is much more than a mother, as Amari can talk to her mom about anything without judgment. Please join me in welcoming Amari Lopez as a Central Coast High School Fall Semester 2025 School Board Representative.
Hello, good evening, Board President, board members, and Superintendent PK. Here's what has been happening at Central Coast High School. The 2025 through 2026 school year is off to a great start. Students are focused and ready to learn, and teachers are energized. The feeling on campus is positive. We are looking forward to a fabulous school year. Our back to school night on Thursday, September 4th was a huge success. We hosted students, families, and community partners for an evening of community building and celebration. All attendees were also treated to an amazing meal of pizza, salads, and desserts made from scratch by our culinary students. Fresh produce was provided by the Monterey County Food Bank for families and students to take home. Currently, all the Central Coast students are participating in the STAR assessment, which will provide us with a baseline measure of their literacy skills. Our literacy intervention teacher is collaborating closely with staff to strengthen literacy instruction across campus. Each student will establish an individual literacy goal for the school year to support their growth and achievement. Last year, more than 50% of our students demonstrated measurable improvement in literacy. This year, we committed to building on that success and are striving for an even greater progress. We are excited about our upcoming school-wide field trip on Friday, September 19th. We'd like to invite all board and cabinet members to Toro Park at 10 a.m. to join the festivities. This event builds community on campus as well as continues with our positive culture. This is our first year as a community school, which is grounded in California's 4-pillar framework, and this is what we have accomplished within the first month of school. Integrated student supports. We leveraged a $30,000 grant to partner with Meals on Wheels so that our students and families can take home chef-prepared meals. We also partnered with Valley Health Associates to provide education to students experiencing substance misuses. Expanded and enriched learning, we created partnerships with Johnstone Supply and IC Auto Detailing, where our students will learn industry-aligned certificates so that they can have opportunities to enter a high-paying profession. We want to thank the City of Seaside Mayor's Youth Fund for their financial support to bring IC Auto Detailing onto campus. Collaborative leadership, we just hired 7 Central Coast High School students as MPUSD employees that will serve as our community school leaders and help conduct our empathy interviews. Family and community engagement, we are launching our advisory committee this month where families and community partners will have a voice in decision making. In our Career Foundations pathway, students are exploring college and career options through guest speakers, field trips, and research while developing the skills needed to be successful in the world of work and higher education. A recent visit to the Center for Employment Training in Watsonville, where they had the opportunity to explore a variety of hands-on career paths. During the visit, students got a first-hand look at skilled trades such as welding, plumbing, and electrical work. Among others, this experience gave them valuable insight into the training programs offered at CET and sparked interest in potential future careers in the trades. It was an inspiring day of learning, discovery, and career exploration. A new cohort of careers in education students are excited to begin their work-based learning assignments at our neighboring community schools. Several students will be partnering with the Codley program while others work in TK 6th grade classrooms. We will also continue our partnership with the CPY after-school program. This past week, students in the hospitality program gained valuable hands-on experience while making a meaningful impact in their community. Partnering with Meals on Wheels on the Monterey County Food Bank, these students are helping distribute meals to fellow students and MPUSD families. Through this service learning opportunity, they are not only developing essential skills in food service and customer care, but also learning the importance of compassion, teamwork, and giving back to their community. This past week, students have handed out 400 meals. Culinary fundamentals and advanced culinary students are all working towards 100% completion of their food handler certification. This is a resume builder and provides students with a leg up when applying for restaurant jobs. These students also worked hard to cook for our back-to-school night. Students were involved in the prepping, planning, and preparing of the homemade pizzas, various salads, and delicious desserts. We look forward to keeping you updated on the exciting happenings at Central Coast High School. Thank you for your time and have a great evening. Go Wildcats!
Okay, next up, Marina High, Mr. Quevedo.
They're good people, don't worry. Yeah, my representative was asking me, do I go with you? Of course, you can come with me. I have the pleasure of introducing you to Ms. Maya Gallo. She is one of our shining stars at Marina High School. She's a senior this year. But I remember very clearly when I started last year, she was one of the few faces that came pretty inquisitive, like, you look like you're the principal. And showing nothing but kindness and support, which is her MO in pretty much everything she does. She's one of the kindest human beings at our school. So I'm so happy to have her represent Marina High School. She will continue with her education locally at MPC after graduating, and also planning to work as an EMT, which is a very interesting juncture for her to be learning about life as she's learning about academics and moving on to new endeavors. So without further ado, I will leave you with Ms. Maya Gallo. Maya?
As mentioned, my name is Maya Gallo. Good evening, Board President, board members, and Superintendent PK. These are some of the events that I've recorded at Marina High School as of September 8th. We will be starting our STAR testing sometime within the next 2 weeks. We just had a JV girls volleyball tournament at Gonzales High School where they won first place in the Silver League, while our varsity team has their first tournament this upcoming Saturday at Rancho San Juan. Our boys football team just played their first ever home game on our new field and won 21-12 against Yerba Buena. Between the JV and varsity game, there was a ribbon cutting ceremony for our brand new multi-use stadium. On Friday, we had our homecoming parade featuring the homecoming court runners, our current sport teams, and the school band. Also on Friday, we held our back to school or fall sports rally, and it was a really fun event that brought students and staff together to celebrate the new season, boost school spirit, and get everybody excited for the upcoming games and events. Our homecoming dance was on Saturday night, and it was a great success. The turnout was impressive, and everybody had a wonderful time dancing and celebrating together. Overall, it was a fun and memorable evening for the whole school. Our girls' flag football team has played 3 games so far and has performed well, securing 2 victories. The team has shown great teamwork and determination on the field, and they are continuing to improve with every single game. We are proud of their effort and looking forward to more exciting matches ahead. Fall break is coming up pretty soon, and we hope everybody has a relaxing and peaceful time. Go Mariners!
All right, now I'll invite up Monterey High School Principal Tom Newton.
Good evening, Board President Jennings, esteemed board members, Dr. Diffenbaugh. It's my pleasure to introduce Monterey High School Student Board Representative for the Fall 2025 semester, Joseph Chung. Joseph is our ASB President and is a full diploma program candidate in the IBDP program. Joseph is a nationally ranked archer. Sure, we haven't had a lot of reps with that skill. That's right, he's an archer and is a 4-year member of the Mayos Academy. He's a member of the Key Club and is the Division Executive Assistant for the Key Club covering all of Monterey County. Joseph is also an adept violinist and has played for Youth Music Monterey County for the previous 4 years. He's hoping to attend UCLA in the fall to study biology pre-med. He's a strong representative of the green machine community and will undoubtedly serve the board and our school well. Please join me in welcoming Joseph Chung. Go Doors!
Good evening, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, Board President Jennings, and esteemed board members. The following are the happenings at Monterey High School. Thank you to all who were able to attend the Back to School night back in August. It was a very fun night with a strong turnout. It is always one of the best nights of the year as it signals the true start of the school year. This past weekend was a great celebration of the Monterey and Seaside High School communities with the 60th celebration of the Battle of the Bay. The highlight of the week was Thursday's Captain's Luncheon, where captains, head coaches, and the 2 principals met at Seaside High and were able to talk about the ideals of joining as one community and setting the expectations high for the game. It was a beautiful event and one that set the tone for a well-played game. We wish Seaside High School the best of luck as they continue their season. Last week, we held a theme week that accumulated with Battle of the Bay, but truly celebrated all that our community has to offer. Each day had specific dress-up days and games, and participation was very high. We are looking forward to the weather turning a little cooler and celebrating Halloween just around the corner. This Friday, we will be celebrating a momentous occasion as we commemorate the first game under the new permanent lights at Dan Albert Stadium. We hope to see board members and many community members come out for this historic event. The JV game begins at 5 p.m. with the ribbon-cutting ceremony set to begin at 7 p.m. with the varsity game to follow. Thank you so much for all the dedicated community members as well as taxpayers for making these dreams a reality. We hope that the sounds of fans cheering, cheerleaders dancing, and the roar of the crowds brings lots of joy to the community. What a great place for students to belong as they have a purpose and a home away from home on a Friday night. Go Doors! We are so excited. Finally, STAR testing begins next week, which will be an important first benchmark for our students. All students are responsible for the STAR, as it will be used to measure where our students are in terms of grade level and standard mastery. We look forward to the results and pushing to be our best. That is all for this update. Thank you for all your support. We will see you Friday night, and go Doors!
Thank you and welcome. We look forward to your reports. Okay, we are going to move on now to public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the Board of Education on matters within the jurisdiction of the board but not on this agenda may do so during the public comment period for up to 3 minutes. Each agenda item is limited to 20 minutes except public comment items 6A, 6B, and 6C, unless a time limit is extended by the vote of the board. So we are going to start with student public comments. Are there any students that would like to make public comments? Okay. Seeing none. All right. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to public comments. Are there any public comments in person, and then we'll go online? Okay, seeing none, I will go to first hand up, which is just left. There it is. Was Carla Lobo.
Good evening. First, I want to acknowledge that the district has named special education a priority in their LCAP. With over 15% of students in MPUSD receiving special education services, this is clearly a vital part of our community and deserves both recognition and investment. However, what continues to be missing is transparency, especially at the school site level, about how special education resources are being allocated. I'm not asking for confidential student information. I'm asking for aggregated school by school budget data that shows how much each campus, especially in areas like Seaside and Monterey, is receiving in special education supports, aides, therapists, contracted services, and inclusion programming. This is important for 3 reasons. Equity. We need to ensure students are receiving comparable services regardless of which school they attend. Some schools, like those with the LEAP program, appear to have more resources, while others may be under-resourced. Transparency. The LCFF and LCAP are built on stakeholder engagement, but without site-level funding data, families are left in the dark about how needs are being met. Accountability. If special education is truly a priority, we must be able to track actual investments, not just district-wide totals. To add more context, special education is significantly underfunded at the state and federal level. AB 602 funding provides only about $896.89 per student ADA. Federal IDEA contributes about 8% of total costs. That means more than 60% of funding must come from local sources, such as MPUSD's general fund. And yet MPUSD's public budgets do not clearly show how much general fund money is allocated to special education or how that spending is distributed across school sites. I also want to respectfully ask for a follow-up on a previous board request from the former board president had asked for a detailed report on special education funding. Has that presentation already been provided or is it scheduled? If so, the community would like to be informed on when it will be shared. In the meantime, I ask the board to direct staff to publish summary level special education budget breakdowns by school site level, including staffing services and program supports in the LCAP companion documents and the budget overview for parents. This kind of transparency empowers families and reflects the district's stated commitment to equity. Thank you for your time. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Lobo. Next, we will go to Olivia Castro.
Hello. I teach in special education at Seaside High, and I want to thank the district for their support of the Alder Residency Program. Over the 5 years I've been involved in the program, I've seen previous residents become leaders of programs on our campus. They've gone above and beyond to support students individually as well as a whole. And of course, they demonstrate excellent teaching, the primary focus of the Alder program. I hope to see the program continue as it's supporting a shift towards equity and all the good things we can do with our relationships with students and when we come together as a group. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment, either online or in person? Last call. Okay, seeing none, we are going to move to public agency communication. Dr. Diffenbaugh, is there any public agency communication?
No public agency communications, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Move now to presentation recognitions, military liaison superintendent report, upcoming events, status from the military liaison. Are they here today? I don't see them. Okay. Don't see our military liaison. We will now receive a presentation on the Alder Teacher Residency Program. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. This has been a board request a few different times, so we're happy to be able to provide this. I'll turn this over to Dr. Nunez and Ms. Hudson.
Dr. Diffenbaugh on Board of Trustees. So tonight we're going to provide you with an update on our Alder Teacher Residency Model Program that we started in 1819 with the first cohort starting in 1920. The progress we made has really helped us build a sustainable teacher pipeline here at MPUSD. You'll see some data as well. And as you know, retention and recruitment continues to be a big focus, not just at the state level, but across the nation. So that's a priority for us. So we know we have some new board members who might not be familiar with what Alder is. So in many contexts, when you think of a traditional graduate school program, it's very separate from the K-12 system. So candidates go get their credential, they do their hours, and then they come to the school, and then they go back and kind of complete the work. So they're not in tandem together. What Alder does is very different, and essentially is they take the theory and the practice, and we bridge them together. where our candidates are doing schoolwork, but at the same time, they're embedded in our school community, working with our students, and essentially being part of our district while they're going to school. And we ask a lot of our residents. They're completing a year, a master's program that is very rigorous, while also teaching, while also getting their credential and meeting all those requirements. So it's quite significant. Here's just another slide that just demonstrates kind of what the partnership looks like. And the key in the middle, and why cohort 7 is probably smiling, is that we have to have a wonderful coordinator slash that supports all the residents, and so that's Sarah Hudson for us. And so I'm going to turn it over to her so she can go over the next slides, but we're really grateful that one, she has the special ed background as a teacher, the principal background, and now is helping all the residents go through the experience so they can be here in our district and support our students in our community. So I'll turn it over to her so she can continue the presentation, and then I'll come back and talk about next steps.
Good evening, everyone. I have my entourage behind me, as you can hear, but I'm really excited to be here with you all again tonight to give you an update on how our program's been going, share some data, and answer any questions that you may have. So we have 4 specific goals that we have been working towards through our time here at Alder. We are entering cohort 7 this year. So our goal number 1 is establishing and growing some excellent teachers. That is our goal. So the first data point that I have for you today is the hired residents as effective teachers in their first year once they complete their credential requirements. So if you look at that top graph right there, it says total graduates assessed by principals, and this is 3 months after their first time in their classrooms, 3 months after their hire date. The highly effective, effective, and minimally effective, we have data from the year graduated from 2021. Remember, that was a COVID year, so that comparative score and effectiveness score, 2022 and then 23 and 24. We will continue to pull data once that year is complete, but this data is particularly pulled from site administrators. And then the bottom one is the total graduates assessed by principals 3 months after hire date compared to the peers, so non-Alder teachers in their first 3 months. The next one is hired residents as effective teachers in their second year. So we follow them for 2 years to continue to see if that excellent teaching is being maintained. So the same thing, our comparative score and our effectiveness score is about 83%. And that is for highly effective. So it's basically saying in that first one that principals 1 year after their hire date is saying that 80% of Alder specific residents are effective or highly effective compared to peers that are non-Alder trained within our system. Our goal number 2 is really about recruiting teachers who reflect our MPUSD communities and the communities that they serve. So how we do that is this is comparing our cumulative to our current year official enrollment. So in that first column, you see that that is the breakup of our MPUSD K-12 student demographic population. The second column represents the MPUSD K-12 teacher population. And then the last 2 represents the Alder-specific resident group as compared to our student population. So basically what that graph is saying is that MPUSD K-12 students, if we look at that very last row, 80% of our student population is from historically underrepresented groups. That reflects 23% of MPUSD K-12 teachers, whereas our currently cumulative hired Alder percentages are 55% underrepresented groups, with our current enrollment at 62.5%, vastly matching, gaining more to match the students that we currently serve within our schools. The next slide is the official enrollment based on the credential pathway that they chose. So what are those excellent teachers now currently serving in our MPUSD schools? So the cumulative hired Alders since the start of our program, we've pushed out 49 multiple subject teachers, and we currently have 13. So 40% and currently enrolled is 54%. So this is just additional demographics demographic data to show you which of the Alder residents that we are training and growing within MPUSD, where are they ending up in our classrooms after they graduate. I will say within the last 2 years, a data point that's not on here is we have cohort 1 Alder residents, alumni. Now this is our second year having Alder alumni serve as mentors for our current Alder residents. So they are coming back to also give to our program. So last year we had 5 and we are continuing to grow. So they're like, yes, I love this program. I also want to help upcoming residents. So that's really awesome to see that full circle moment. These are our current resident enrollments for 25-26. So our historically underrepresented group for the current Alders that we have right now is 69.2%. And on the side is also the credential pathway that they chose. And also, if you see down below, there is a new data point. So residents who are also caretakers and parents or have older parents that they're caring for, that's 30% of them. Residents who are or were MPUSD employees, that's at 42%. And then residents who are also K-12 alumni from our MPUSD schools, we're also strategically targeting that as well. So any high schoolers out there want to be in education, you have my contact info. I'm looking at you guys. Okay, so meet cohort 7. We do so many fun things, and I do have some amazing residents and mentors here tonight, and I'm going to point back here, and they're going to stand up and say hello. They're going to stand up and say hello. Hello. Woo! They are just such a really fun group. We have already done trivia nights together. We had one of our residents performed at the West End event because he's in a band, so we all went together. So not only are we in the classroom connecting as a cohort, but we also create multiple opportunities to get out into our communities and do different events to just really keep them grounded in MPUSD and see all the amazing things that we are doing with the program, and they want to stay. And other alumni come back to these events as well, so it's really fun. Our goal number 3 is recruiting a pool of talent. So how does that work? How do we get them in the door? So we start with our K-12 alumni and really going out to the schools, finding out about what their passions or what their pathways are and see if we can rope them in early. Then we go to school teams and families. So many of our parents that maybe have been stay-at-home parents and are like, you know, my kids are older, I'm ready to jump into this. We have so many parents and families within MPUSD that are looking to get into education. So it's really awesome to see them come back as well. Community-based organizations. So tapping into our community school resources, right? Who within our immediate contacts that we already have, can we pull people in who really want to become excellent teachers and serve our students in MPUSD. Then we go into our nonprofit partners, so continuing with the networks that we have. And then eventually we do go out to local universities, and we do have some out-of-state residents that hear about our program that also transfer here to be part of Alder in MPUSD. And then, of course, moving on to that is, my circle just keeps getting bigger. So the residency year is rigorous, like Dr. Nunez said. I wanted to kind of put out what they have to do throughout this one-year program. So prior to enrollment, it is background checks, medical tests, CPR, TB. So a lot of the qualifications that once they're hired on as a full-time teacher within MPUSD, a lot of those requirements are built into the program already. Must do during the program, RECA, we no longer have RECA, but we get to navigate a brand new Ed TPA, which is literacy focused, which actually very much aligns to our MPUSD literacy focus this year. So I'm definitely integrating a lot of what's being rolled out in MPUSD and connecting that into our weekly seminars with both residents and mentors. So there's a streamline and they are prepared to directly step into our MPUSD classrooms. And then our last goal is retention. So we have all these amazing teachers, and are they sticking around? So the first data point I have is total retention for all cohorts. So it's starting in year 2021 and then going down to 23-24. The CalPADS data is what's being pulled from this, and that's pulled in October, so we do not have the 24-25 data yet, but I can absolutely circle back if that is something you're interested in. So we have total from 2020 to 2024, we have retained about 70.5% of our Alder residents that have completed the program that are eligible to stay within MPUSD are staying. Non-Alder trained teachers as a secondary, that rate is about 46%. So I think that networking and how we run the program and creating those networks and community really tends to lean them to stay within our community. I also just made a really quick data just so you could see 2019-20 and all the way through 25-26. So as you see, the number of residents in the cohort is also increasing over time. So last year and this year, we now have a full 26 residents, and the rates of which they are staying in MPUSD over time is also increasing over the years. And then I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Nunez as we look ahead and think about sustainability of our Alder program within MPUSD.
Thank you. Yeah, it's important to also just mention that part of the retention data, there were some changes in the grant that students who go through a residency program can go to any school district. And we have to track them. So when you see we had a cohort of 26 and maybe 21 stayed with us, it doesn't mean that 4 left or they left to another school district, but they have to still stay in public education. So that changed 2 years ago as part of a grant that came from the state. So this is exciting, thinking about how we're now in cohort 7, thinking about cohort 8 for 2026-27. We're really trying to be more intentional about hard to fill positions and recruit specifically SPED credentials, math credentials, and potentially Spanish and a little bit of multiple subjects. So as we go out and recruit, we're going to be very targeted. But the exciting part is Dr. Diffenbaugh was in a panel, and through the sharing of what was happening here with us at Alder, we're going to be invited to apply for a residency sustainability power corp sort of thinking group to think through how we sustain and what are some things that are out there to help us with funding. And then the biggest one, right, is we know that we have a grant. This year was the last year of that grant running out, where we are able to provide a living stipend. And if you recall, that living stipend has changed throughout the years. And so we need to think about, we know that there's more grants out there and more possibilities. So how do we continue that funding? Because we know it's not sustainable. And so it's just thinking about forming part of the statewide residency group. I think that's going to give us some ideas. We do understand that the state's still going to put out another grant, and our intent is to apply and hopefully be a recipient of it and then continue the program. Okay, so we'll turn it over to questions, comments.
Okay, questions from the board? Trustee Velasquez.
Yes, thank you for putting together this information, and I owe you guys muffins. I haven't forgotten.
That's okay. You're welcome anytime to a seminar.
So I actually have 3 questions, but the first is, you mentioned also looking for talent within our CBOs. So what type of outreach are we doing to accomplish that?
Sure. So the good thing about networking with residents is they come with a lot of experience in their own organization. So for example, last year I had a lot of residents from the Black Caucus. So I'm reaching out to leaders from any of the organizations within our communities and like, okay, can I come and talk at one of your events, or can I hand you flyers? So I'm really going out when we have community-wide events. We also have like Alder flyers. Any part that I can get into, that's an organization that MPUSD is connected with. I'm happy to go as long as I know when to show up and where. I will be there. So if you also have connections that you maybe want me to go talk to, I'm happy to do that because I'm always recruiting from our own communities.
Okay, and then my next question is, I actually have friends that we're alumni for MPUSD, and I've had a couple of them reach out asking if we're going to have the program concerning if they're current staff or if there's someone looking to complete their education to become a teacher, if we're going to have a program concerning that.
Yeah, so we're excited. We're engaging in conversations with our local community college to start a pathway for classified staff who are interested in becoming teachers as another pipeline for our teacher retention strategy. So we're in the infancy stages of that, and we're continuing to have dialogues with Dr. Marshall. But our intent is to create that pipeline.
Okay, and then my last question is, in regards to diversity, what are we doing in regards to trying to increase that amongst our teaching staff? And that is my last question.
Yeah, well, this is a huge component of it. Our teacher residency, I think, has significantly improved our diversity. We're also, as you know, we have the Philippines as a teacher pipeline where we're recruiting as well from there. But anytime that we are able to hire teachers that reflect the demographics of the students we serve, we do so. We've also in the past visited historically Black colleges, and we continue to put our postings on their job boards. So it's just really trying to cast our net as wide as we can and to try to bring in that diversity that we know is crucial for our students.
Thank you so much.
Okay, other questions? Dr. Lusk.
Thank you, President Jan. Could you elaborate on the pathway that you mentioned and you mentioned Dr. Fulbright? So could you just elaborate a bit on what's being envisioned there?
Yeah, so we put out a survey just recently to our classified service, our classified staff members, asking them if anybody's interested in becoming a teacher. So we got some good responses. We also, there's a lot of questions embedded in the survey. Well, one of them was, do you have education? What are some barriers that are preventing you from continuing? So we're using that data as a way to start a pathway with MPC where we can support our classified staff in making that goal, and then eventually transferring from MPC to CSUMB to do that pathway. There is a pathway that exists that just from our conversations, it hasn't been really rolled out because of challenges and whatnot. So like I said, we're just engaging in those conversations, and our goal is to start to develop that so that we can have another pipeline of people that are in our community that are in our district already and can support it. Dr. Diffon, you want to add anything to that?
Just want to add, we did it with the survey, and we were expecting, maybe 20, 25, 30, and there was over 70 responses in the first day saying, I'll show up to a meeting to learn more about this. I'm really interested in learning to become a teacher. So it really showed that there's a lot of interest in the community. Fortunately, there's already a 2x2 program where you can do 2 years at MPC and then 2 years at CSUMB and get your credential. But so far there hasn't been a ton of individuals, not just from our district, just in general. So we've really tried to talk to Dr. Fulbright about, can we have a cohort model similar to Alder where a group of our folks go through it together where we can provide extra support, et cetera. So those are conversations that are ongoing.
Thank you, Dr. Tiffenbaugh, and thank you, Dr. Nunes. In the past, several years ago, there was funding available for academies that could begin at the high school level actually, if Mr. Uchida, if you remember, Mrs. Pat Wilson at Seaside High School was the teacher that really received funding from the state to begin an interest club for those high school students that were interested in becoming teachers in the future. And so I don't know what funding is available at this point, but I would love for us to look into academy funding that would enable us to perhaps make Seaside High School once again, quote, quote, a school that would enable a teacher academy to be placed there. And I'm excited to hear about the involvement of our community college, because there are models in Southern California that we can tap into to really, just really enhance our ability to attract those that are interested in education. Great job. I need to ask for clarification once again as it relates to the stipend that could you just elaborate a bit more about that stipend, please?
Are you speaking of the?
The stipend that we have done in the past or not able to do? Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. So pre all of the funding, MPUSD is actually the very first unified school district to partner with Alder back in the day, and we offered a $15,000 stipend pre-grant. Then all of the grants came out for teacher residencies throughout the state, and that continued to go up. So it's through an expansion grant, which is what we have currently have had these last couple of years that is running out this year. I just recently went to a conference like Dr. New yesterday, and it was shared then that there are some pockets of funding that will be made available through the CTC. I think it's like $60 million for one. What they're currently doing is figuring out criteria. So their qualifications are we giving it to districts that currently don't have a program? And are we earmarking some of that for excellent programs for sustainability? So they are currently, which is why the applications are not open yet. But I know PK and Dr. Nunez have been so supportive. We just recently worked with a grant writing agency to work on our grant. So we are ready to go as soon as that opens up. So currently the $40,000 stipend is grant funded. Through the grant, which is going away. So then we are now in works of like going back to pre-grant funding to still offer something that can still attract residents into the space. But I also feel like the program over the years by word of mouth and the data has shown that people still want to come to MPUSD and be part of this program. So hopefully as soon as the grant funding opens up, we can apply. We're ready to go for that and then see how it goes. But I'm networking, so like people know our name. So they're like, oh yeah, we're out there.
We're definitely out there.
Last comment. It would be great if you would be available to make a presentation to the NAACP and the LULAC organizations. I think those are two groups that would enable you to really expand the outreach as it relates to the Alder program. So I will give you contact with the presidents before leaving tonight.
I'll be there.
Or Dr. Diffenbaugh, I'll give it to you and you can pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lusk. Before I go to this side, I see the Vice President's hand has been up for a while, so I will ask Vice President Miramontes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Also, thank you again for the presentation. Also wanted to support Dr. Lusk's funding options to explore for Academy Pathways to Alder. I think that's a great opportunity for students. Also curious to know if we have any DACA Alder recipients and or teachers currently within our district. I will be doing a presentation in regards to DACA and retention and recruitment. So really curious to see what type of options we may have as a district. And then also, if you could repeat that, how much potential pocket of funding there is for CTC, that'd be great to hear too.
So we do have DACA teachers in our district, and I can get you that information through email. It's a small group, and we do have some. The CTC, the initial information we have is 60 million right now is what they've shared in a slide presentation, but that's not verified, right? They said we're approximately thinking of this much, and they're still setting criteria. So as that information comes available, I'm sure we can make it available to the board.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice President. Mr. Uchida.
Thank you, President Jennings. One other thing to add to Dr. Lusk, my Japanese group that I'm a part of, I would like to give that contact and to get that out there also to help with possibly getting involvement there. My question might be sort of related. Can you tell us a little bit about a capstone? Is the capstone related to their getting a master's degree, sort of their thesis and
Great question. Yes, absolutely. So the capstone, the way that the year, because it is a credential and master's pathway, there are different requirements. So the CTC really outlines the criteria for the credentialing portion, whereas the capstone and the coursework meets the master's requirement. So it could technically be that a resident does not meet all of the qualifications, like say they still have a CSET that they have to do, where they would not be allowed to be recommended for their preliminary credential, yet still graduate with their master's. And as soon as that requirement is met, then we would recommend them as soon as that requirement's passed. Yes.
That capstone, I mean.
Oh, you were like, what is it?
No, I know what a
Yeah.
capstone I can assume, but can you maybe give an example or?
Sure. So the capstone for their Masters of Education, the way that the ALDR program is ran, there's 4 program learning outcomes. So right now in seminar, we're in Module 1, which is building culture and safety in the classrooms. Then Module 2, we get into rigor and what does appropriate scaffolding look like for all of our learners. And then Module 3, we get into the assessment data and the impact of our teaching moves. So we really do breakdowns. And what the capstone is it is all of their work and how their philosophy of education, which they do in their very first course, is changed over time. So they have to, they take a special education course and they put in a special education addendum into their philosophy of education. They do a technology addendum. So all of the different intricates of things that the teachers moves and implications in the classroom, that is their capstone of their whole journey from where they started, how their thinking and their practice in the classroom has changed over time.
And I just want to publicly commend Ms. Hudson. We have the right person leading this program, and no, thank you. I'm not saying that because we work together, but she was my boss for a little bit, but she is, for the students out here that are lucky, truly lucky to have a person so qualified and so caring to lead teachers forward. You guys, you people are lucky, and I think you know it. So thank you, Ms. Hudson, for all you do.
Thank you, Mr. Uchida.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Uchida. Hold on here. Let me go over here to Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the presentation. First thing, I just had one comment on Board Member Lusk, that for the just bringing up potential like funding for an academy, just from the students' perspective. I would like to say that sounds like a great idea, especially, you know, I have friends at school who talk about what do I want to be when I grow up? Oh, like a teacher, and it's great to hear, and I love it. But then what I don't love so much is then they say, but you know, I go to my classes and and there's clubs at school, but nowhere for me to explore, you know, becoming a teacher and seeing what that might look like, or like getting more of an idea just beyond, you know, the interest in wanting to be teachers. So I think it's a great idea to give our students in MPUSD, you know, an opportunity or something, give them something because they're hungry for it. They want to be teachers, you know, that's an interest of theirs, but give them something tangible they can participate in at the high school level, because Alder's doing a great job at the graduate level, but, you know, maybe let's bring it down to the high school level. That helps Alder because, you know, you're getting kids interested early, and you're putting your name on it, if you would, and then, you know, then you have more, you know, casting that net even wider, right? Mm-hmm. Getting the students involved at the early level. That's good for MPUSD because, you know, I love the statistic on here. That's like the amount of Alder residents that came from MPUSD K-12, and I think by having like an academy kind of thing or whatever it might look like, that's only going to boost that statistic. So it's good for Alder, it's good for MPUSD. It sounds good for the students. So I just wanted to say I think it's great. I love it. And then I had 2 questions today. The first one was, I have it here. Do we have any data, or are you guys surveying how the residency program is affecting the students in the classroom? And I only bring it up because I'm just curious. Is there data looking at, you know, maybe it's like test scores of students in a class with an older resident in the classroom versus not in the classroom? Maybe it's feedback from the students on, you know, how they like having a resident in the classroom. I don't know what that looks like, but is there any data being collected relating to that?
I love where your brain is going with all these questions. I'm loving it. So yes, I do have data based on like STAR or iReady. So I comparatively look at those students that have a co-teacher within their classroom. So historically, like elementary levels, classrooms that have two co-teachers within the classroom, they grow like 700% within their data. So academically, it's very impactful. I think I don't have as much qualitative, or I have more qualitative data than quantitative data for the older students that are able to articulate, like what was it like having two co-teachers? How do you feel like it was supported? We do have a smaller survey that we target certain classrooms with, because residents usually pick one class period that they like do their Ed TPA, which is their thing to get their credential, and I specifically target that for specific feedback. But I think opening it up to a more broader would be a great next step to get more data.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity to just get feedback, because I'm sure you get your feedback from your sources, but these are the kids, and like me, I was in a classroom during my freshman year that had like an older resident, so I could be a data point, but these are the kids who are, at the end of the day, like it's for them. The teachers are there for them, so getting their opinion on what it's like to have an older resident in the classroom, like that's so valuable, and I think there's an opportunity there.
Awesome.
My second question is, so the way I understand is the residents are shadowing a teacher, is that correct?
Basically, so like they are co-teaching. So they have days where like on Thursday is their very first, I also pull mentors for their development on like coaching teachers and teacher moves. And so the residents at that time are their takeover days. So like, for example, a day could be that the resident is opening up the morning meeting in the morning, and then they're doing math, whereas their other co-teacher is doing like the ELA portion, and we slowly expose them to all of the different curriculums. With a mentor, I want you to show the resident how to teach this in an effective way for students, and then the next period you're going to try it, and I'm going to give you direct feedback on it. So it really is, by the end, it starts as like the mentor's really doing a lot of the teaching right now, but by the end of the year, that will flip-flop, where the co-teacher is now ready to be in their classroom by themselves.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful to understand it. So then my follow-up question would be about the mentors. Can you speak more to, I guess, maybe like how the mentors are trained, or how you source your mentors, or like where do they get interest, and then So
in order to qualify to be a mentor, you have to have a clear credential in and a certain number of years to have your clear credential. Then within MPUSD, mentors are able to apply if they're interested in the Alder program. I would say typically, like this last year, we had 74 mentors interested in becoming an Alder mentor, but I only have 26 residents. And from there, we look for particular qualifications of what a mentor should be: open-minded, be able to open to feedback and coaching. And then we actually also touch base with the site principals to make sure that those teachers are going to exhibit the qualifications of a great mentor. And then from there, I pair up residents with mentors, and then if they make a match and it's a connection, then I connect them through that process.
And is there any I guess formal training for the mentor on how to
Yes.
guide their?
So I meet with them once a month. And so I go through exactly what residents should be doing, the high teaching leverage practices, what does an effective classroom look like, and I'm like, let's walk through this, let's see what this looks like. Okay, what's your plan to go do that in your classroom for your resident?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, anything?
Okay, so, I'm sorry, is this on?
Yep, you're good.
So, just going based off comment of board member Lusk and also student board representative, I really think the idea of having that interest club for possibly becoming a teacher in the Alder program, I think that's an amazing opportunity, and I don't think it should just be specifically Seaside. I feel like that should be diverse between all the high schools, as I know there's a lot of opportunities for all schools to have that. I think it's a really good idea, and they just get more interest into that.
Great.
love that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Was there somebody? Go ahead, Ms.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ostow.
Thank you for this presentation. My question was about the postgraduate requirements. I think you said they have to do some form of public education, but not at MPUSD specifically. Can you go into those details some more, please?
Yes, so the ALDR program and the understanding between ALDR and MPUSD is that there's a 4-year commitment to MPUSD. So we train them, we want them to stay within and serve our local schools. However, life happens sometimes, and 2 years ago, the grant requirements were changed, and it primarily stemmed out of COVID due to different hardships and having to move. So then there were these requirements on residents that a lot of them couldn't meet due to the circumstances of everything going on in the world. So they made it that as long as you serve in a California school, I still have to track them for 4 years. So, for example, if a resident leaves or they get married and they leave, I also have to keep in contact with them for those 4 years and find out what district they are in and like what their hire date was. So it's a lot of extra work for me, but I keep in contact with our former alder, and I still am in contact with some that are no longer in MPUSD, but still come back. And we actually had one that just started last week that moved out and then is now back in MPUSD.
Do you foresee that changing back to being a homeschool requirement, or probably not?
With the CTC, you know, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, board, you good? Okay, how about public comment? Is there any public comment on this item? Either in person or online. Okay, all right, seeing nobody in person, I'll go to online, and I see Carla Lobo. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the Alder update tonight. It's encouraging to see the continued investment in building a strong pipeline of our local educators. I do have a few questions. First, on supporting second language speakers, how do we have those? How are we ensuring that candidates whose first language isn't English are fully supported in the program? We know our classrooms are increasingly multilingual, and our educators should reflect that. Are there built-in supports such as bilingual coaching, translated resources, or dedicated mentorship so that these candidates don't face unnecessary barriers? If not, how can we strengthen that part of the pipeline? Second, on challenges and lessons learned, what have we identified as the biggest challenge so far with Alder? For example, are candidates struggling with testing requirements, workload balance, or program costs? Have we gathered feedback directly from current participants about what's working and what isn't? Understanding the lived experience of those future educators is critical if we want to improve retention and completion rates. Third, involving past graduates. I know that there's a requirement to become a mentor, which is valuable for the program, but are these graduates also participating in any recruitment efforts or contributing in other areas once they've completed the program, other than teaching? Are there structured opportunities for them to help bring in the next generation of candidates or share their experience more broadly to strengthen the pipeline? Lastly, the Alder has the potential to transform our local educator workforce. So I'd like to commend you, and I'd love for us to continue this. I also love the opportunity to bring this to the school sites, specifically on the high school level, because there are some children that are unaware of what they want to do moving forward. So this is a great pipeline to begin that conversation. Thank you for all your work on this, and I hope that this program continues. I yield the rest of my time.
I can follow up with Mrs. Lowe's specific questions via email.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other public comments? Okay, come on up. Make sure to state your name for the record, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Simon Morgs. I would like to thank the board and PK Diffenbaugh for giving me the opportunity to speak very briefly. I just wanted to share my personal experience with Alder and my introduction to it. I have been a member of, I went to MPUSD schools since 3rd grade, starting at J.C. Crumpton and then continuing through Marina up until my junior year, where then I went to a different high school for the last 2 years. However, I came back into MPUSD about 2 years ago when I began substitute teaching. And it was actually during my time subbing that I was introduced to Alder from one of my previous teachers, Miss Amador, who was my teacher in middle school over at Los Arbalos, where I believe I might have also had board member Uchida as a teacher at the time. And she was a proponent of the program because I was seeking a pathway to receive my credential. And she was a mentor at the time, and I believe she still is, and was very adamant about the benefits of the Alder program. So I just wanted to share my own personal experience. I came from MPUSD, and I plan to stay within MPUSD even after receiving my master's degree. And I enjoy the program quite a bit. So just wanted to share that personal testament. I yield the rest of my time.
All right. Any other public comment on this item? Come on up.
Okay. Hi there. My name is Brianna Vasquez. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a current resident with Alder, and I just wanted to speak on. I would not have been able to get my teaching credential if it were not for Alder. As you know, it is really expensive to live in the area. We live in Seaside. My husband's a teacher with MPUSD, and both of my children go to MPUSD schools in Seaside. But previous to Alder, I was accepted into Santa Clara University. However, as you know, traditional teaching credential programs, the second year is student teaching, and you work for free. And with 2 kids and in a high cost of living area, that was impossible. And I was encouraged by my daughter's teacher last year, who is an Alder mentor and had an Alder resident in the class that year, to apply for Alder, and thought I would be great. And I did so, and it's been amazing because Sarah was awesome. But yeah, my daughter had a resident in her classroom. I know there was some questions about that, and she was in 3rd grade. She loved Miss Schmidt. She asked about her when she goes and visits her teacher from last year. But yeah, so I just want to commend the program. It makes getting a teaching credential attainable for those of us who otherwise would not be or don't have the money, to work for free. So again, thank you for doing this program, and thank you, Sarah. I yield my time.
Okay. Any other public comment? Come on up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Fitch. I just wanted to say, I wanted to echo Bree. My wife has been teaching in this district for 10 years. I have a 6-year-old going to Monte Vista. I have a 4-year-old going to Monte Vista. Both of them have had Alder resident teachers in their classes. Wow. So I've seen this program. I've seen what it does for the kids. And now getting to be in the program, getting to become a member of the teaching community that I've already seen so many of the different parts of and all of the pieces has been hugely important to me and who I am becoming and becoming an excellent educator. So I'm just so proud to be here, so proud to be part of this community, and I'm so proud to continue being part of this community with the roots we've laid down. That's all I need to say. Thank you so much.
Okay, now we are going to move now to receive presentation regarding workforce housing. Dr.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, board members. I know that this item has been one that has been strongly advocated by the board. We wanted to provide an update of where we are in the process, as was previously publicly reported, we're in the process of acquiring 2300 Garden Road in Monterey as teacher staff housing. And we have with us tonight our education housing partners, Bruce Dorfman and team, to give us an update about where we are in terms of a roadmap from here to the hopeful leasing up of our units to our employees. So I will, Mr. Altemeyer is also here for questions. He's been leading this effort on the district's behalf, but I will turn this over to Mr. Dorfman and team.
Great. Good evening. We've been involved with the due diligence analysis and setting up this acquisition so it can, since it's now complete, so it can be occupied as soon as possible. And as part of that, we have a presentation for you to outline next steps and as well as describe a bit about some of the decisions that you will have to make on the go forward. Joining me tonight is our project manager, Jay Luchetti, and Jay will be giving this presentation.
Hello, good evening. As Bruce mentioned, I'm Jay Luchetti, and I'm here to present tonight. The presentation will be on the preparation for the MPUSD Workforce Housing Program launch, and we'll provide an overview of the program and focus on steps the board will take to ensure we're ready for staff to move in later this year. Next slide, please. So our objectives tonight are to clarify the school board's immediate role, what we need to accomplish in the near term, review the draft lease up and operation plan, confirm the timeline and responsibilities for this plan, and then ultimately plan for a transition to a housing board, which many districts, though not all, have chosen to establish to manage their workforce housing communities. Next slide, please. So in the immediate term, your role is to approve the property manager, set leasing guidelines, essentially the rules for tenancy, establish the priority and eligibility framework, and then approve a fair lottery process for the initial lease up. Once the housing board is in place, it will take over management of the day-to-day operations, oversee the wait list, and provide regular reporting back to you. Again, forming a housing board, not mandatory, but it's a model many districts have adopted to keep oversight focused and consistent. So this is a month-by-month plan to get us there, with September being about setting the rules and the goal to open applications in October, begin occupancy in November, and hopefully be fully occupied by the end of the year. Tonight we'll be going through, again, the leasing guidelines and framework, hoping to get feedback on that and coming back later this month with the goal of adopting those guidelines and framework in order to open the lottery. So the first step here is engagement of a property management firm. We've spoken to several firms to test the market. Based on that outreach, we're recommending Boulevard Residential. They have direct experience managing teacher housing in the Bay Area for school districts, including Jefferson Elementary and Jefferson Union and Daly City. And they already operate in Monterey County with over 500 units under management. So our recommendation is to move forward with Boulevard so they can begin preparation for the lease up. So these are the leasing guidelines, the core rules for tenancy. These include the rent levels, the lease terms, maximum tenancy limits, and transition period for employees who leave the district. They're modeled on what other districts have done, and also discussions with district staff here on what the goals are for the program. So for rent levels, suggestion here is to set levels comparable to very low income, or 31 to 50% AMI for Monterey County. Lease terms and renewals, the initial lease term would be 12 months, which would be renewable annually, and limit tenancy to 5 years with an option to petition for additional 2 years under a to-be-determined process. And then as far as those who separate from the district, they would vacate within 90 days. This slide demonstrates the affordability proposed under that AMI structure, that band of 31 to 50%. So the bar, the dark blue bar on the left represents the proposed rent levels, while the middle bar there represents what properties currently in the market, what you would expect to rent like units in the market. However, these consist of older, generally older properties, and then the light blue showing what this property, given its location and quality, could ultimately fetch in the open market if it were leased at market rates. Next, transitioning to eligibility and priority framework. So eligibility is about who qualifies to apply, basically who gets let in the door. And then priority is how we establish how we line up once we get inside. And so the initial consideration or plan is to limit eligibility to certificated and classified employees, while management level employees would be not eligible for the program. And then additionally, employees below 0.8 full-time equivalent would not be eligible. And then transitioning to priority, however, those at 1.0 FTE would receive a higher priority than those below at 0.8 to 0.99. Additionally, within priority, we have income tiers. The current proposal is 5 income tiers at below 60% AMI, 61 to 80% AMI, all the way up to above 120% of AMI. And then the concept of category balancing here is to ensure the mix of tenants reflects the district's goals. The initial proposal here is 70% certificated and a 30% classified. So the tenants living in the units would be representative of that ratio. Next here, just an overview of the lottery process. Each applicant are sorted into a priority group. For instance, 1.0 FTE below 60% AMI would be the highest priority. And then a lottery is held within each priority category. And so the category order, then each unit is filled based off of starting at 1A, so the highest priority, all the way down to the lowest priority, and implementing the category balancing to ensure that the 70-30 ratio of certificated to classified employees is consistent. And then units are then offered by moving down those categories and then until all units are leased. So the plan is to establish a housing board during the initial lease up. The housing board will manage the day-to-day operations, oversee the property manager, administer the wait list, and provide regular updates to the board. That transition allows us to set the foundation today, while ensuring long-term oversight is handled by a dedicated governing body. So tonight's presentation, again, is about setting the foundation for this program. The guidelines are not final. They're suggestions and inform what other districts have done. But we'd love to get your feedback to ensure they reflect the district's priorities. And our goal is to launch this program successfully and to make it fair and transparent and just make sure it serves as a real tool for staff retention and recruitment. So open up for questions.
Okay, board, any questions? Okay. Mr. Ucci?
Thank you, and I'm not sure where this is going to get directed to, but I got a couple. Thank you, President Jennings. This is for us, the district. You know, in spending bond money on other projects or whatever, you don't necessarily have money coming back. So now that we've built, or building or we're buying housing units, we're going to have an income stream coming in. I'm sure that's going to be, you know, well, one, you know, it's not like we owe money to purchase a property. So I'm sure that there's been thought of where this money goes and how it would be utilized. I'm sure there's operational amounts that are going to be needed through the rent. But I'm just curious in the amount of units and the income, have we anticipated how much money that we'll be getting from this? Because it's going to be a nice income stream.
So I can take this one. For us, it was important to set the rents as low as possible. So what you see there is the 30 to 50% AMI, which would be considered very low in Monterey County. And then we also have to account for the overhead of the property management as well as upkeep, because we certainly want these units to stay in great quality for the long term. So with all that said, we don't anticipate like a huge windfall for the district because of those scenarios. I do think we'll learn as we go in terms of how much we're budgeting versus actuals in terms of upkeep, et cetera, and be able to report back to the board. I do think there will be an opportunity to consider further investment in housing if that's something the board would want to do. But because of the decision or the recommendation to keep the rents between 30 and 50 of AMI and to put aside money for overhead and upkeep, it won't be a significant, you know, amount of money every year, at least not initially.
And I believe that's perfect. That's what we should be doing, is allowing our employees to get in and you know, they'll be able to hopefully save money living in these, which is a huge. And I don't know if I'm getting the cart way before the horse or the horse way before the cart. The discussion about renters having pets, is that something that'll just come later down the road by the board, the housing board, or is that something that'll just be talked about later? And I had a question that's probably from our presenters in regards to income tiers. How does that fit into a teacher or a classified member? How does that affect their eligibility or their wherever they get on a lottery selection?
I'll let our maybe Bruce or team handle that one.
First, with responding to pets, the anticipation is that residents will have pets, so there will be some guidelines with regard to that, and we're actually contemplating building a pet walk area on the property. As it relates to the income tiers, this is a suggestion for the district to consider. Those can be modified certainly in order to better meet the needs of the district. But bottom line is we're looking at starting teacher salaries being able to qualify for those income tiers. At the same time, we're concerned about dual income households where there's two incomes and not disqualifying those families. So there's some discussion that needs to occur with staff and the housing board, but this is a framework for that discussion.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Ms. Ostettel, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me just open up my notes. One question I had is whether we should look at a local property management company to try to support a local business. I see that Boulevard has some experience in Monterey County. Are you able to be more specific as to what their role is in Monterey County? And
Sure.
what a limitation of looking at a local company would be?
Yeah. Two things. There is a specialty involved with managing workforce housing project. And truthfully, we do want a property manager that has experience managing a market rate project. This is distinct from managing an affordable housing project. But while I say that, Boulevard we can provide you a list of the properties that they manage locally. And they also have staff and a district manager that's based in Monterey.
Thank you. My next question is maybe for the board. With summer being so short for MPUSD, I'm just wondering if 90 days is too long for a vacate notice in order to free up another unit for another staff person to work in or move into before the school year starts. So just something to consider. Those were my two questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, just on that one, and I'll defer to Bruce and team if this is incorrect, but I think we just looked at what other districts' models were, and they were generally giving that time frame. So that's why we put it or suggested it. It can certainly be adjusted. I think one of the things about having the housing board when it is formed is that board can then be in charge of making some of adjustments to the initial criteria if it makes sense. Because I think the idea, as I understand it, at other districts like Jefferson and others have done it, is if there's a problem, then they're not coming to an educational board meeting to discuss, tenant issues. They have another venue to do that. And so I do think there'd be some flexibility if we notice, for example, that none of our units are available because everyone's taking a very long time, then the housing board could maybe adjust that time frame.
Okay. Ms. Velasquez, go ahead.
Mine is actually just a comment concerning that, because my family went through that with the DOJ when we left the base and moved into Seaside. So it might be good to maybe look at other government entities regarding how they do their workforce housing in regards to that. Because I want to say, when my mother retired, I think we were given 30 days. Yeah, so it might be something to consider, or for that board to consider in the future.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lusk.
Not a question, but just an ask, okay? I appreciate the fact of knowing that the management of us hiring an experienced management company, but I would like to get a list of the other properties that this company, is in charge of. So I'm requesting that list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Diffenbaugh, you'll make sure we get that list? Okay. Any other questions on this item? Okay, any public comment on this item? Seeing none in person, we'll look online. Of course. Okay. Where'd they go? There they are. All right, I'm going to go to Andrea Gonzalez. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Andrea Gonzalez. I'm actually a fourth-year Alder resident, and the fact of having to move has been something that my family's had to talk to for quite few times just because my partner's on disability. So housing opening up is actually really big for us. We currently commute from Hollister. So I drive from Hollister every morning and then back home every afternoon. But I've been with the district for almost 7 years, 4 years with our ELO program. And then this is my 4th year as a teacher. So it really means a lot. And I really want to say thank you for you guys doing so much towards staff housing, as it really helps out a lot of people. We also have a dog, so that's really exciting that dogs may be allowed possibly. And I just wanted to say thank you guys for all the hard work you've done towards staff housing. And then I give up the rest of my time.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Carla Lobo.
Thank you. First, regarding the governing board, what will oversee the property? How will this board be comprised? Will there be seats reserved for community members, particularly those representing the local workforce this project is intended to serve? Without community voices at the table, decisions may be made disconnecting from reality of MPUSD families. If the board isn't formed until lease-up, when will its composition, bylaws, governance, structure be finalized? These foundational steps should be not delayed until tenants are already moved in. Second, I'd like to raise concerns about the property management recommendation. What specific criteria were used in selecting Boulevard Residential? Local firms like 36 North, Mangold, AG Davy not only know this community, but also have experience managing affordable housing in compliance with state and federal regulations. This includes income, certification, rent cap enforcement, and regular reporting to public agencies. In contrast, Boulevard Residential portfolio is primarily high-end market rent rate housing. The 5 peninsula properties that are under their management offers rents starting at $46.50 for a 2-bedroom, far above the rent assumption presented tonight. That discrepancy raises serious questions about whether a real market survey was conducted or whether its firm understands the regulatory compliance and equity demands of a workforce housing. This project is not a market rent rate housing, it's a workforce housing, and that distinction matters. Managing affordable housing requires annual income verification, renter monitoring, reporting to oversight agencies, and commitment to serving working families, not maximizing profits. So I also ask, was a competitive request for proposals issued? If not, that undermines fairness and trust in the process. Transparency is procurement, and it is cornerstone of public accountability. I also ask for clarification on the AMI scales used. The data presented does not align with 2025 HUD income limits. In Monterey County, a family of 4 earning up to $150,000 is considered low income. Additionally, when determining eligibility, will this district consider total household income or just employee incomes? That decision could unintentionally disqualify many dual household incomes, as previously stated, who still fall within low to moderate income categories. And finally, since the lease-up process will involve a lottery, how will priority categories be structured? Will all income tiers be treated equally, or will very low income households be prioritized? I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Is there a response? You'll reach out to her. Go ahead.
First off, with regard to Boulevard, they actually are managing more workforce housing projects than any other group in California. Besides Jefferson Elementary District and Jefferson Union High School District, they're managing 3 workforce housing projects for San Mateo Community College District, and they formerly managed the housing for Stanford as well. Number 2, with regard to their experience, they are managing Monterey Pines, which is 286 units, The Crest, which is 102 units, Skyline Terrace, which is 40 units, Independent, which is 61 units, and Footprints on the Bay, which is 96 units. Finally, with regard to the AMI levels, we are using Monterey County's guidelines with regard to AMI. I would note that there are different guidelines if you go to HUD as opposed to HCD as opposed to some of the other departments, but they're generally in alignment with each other.
Then I think, sorry, to close up the last question I heard there, I can respond to priority levels as it relates to AMI. I believe the intent is yes, that you will be higher priority at a lower AMI, so prioritizing low income.
And I guess the other comment that was made was that both, if it's a dual income household, then you would be qualified on the total income for your household.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, we are now, let's see, Amanda Whitmire. Go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Diffenbaugh and Board of Trustees. It's strange to see you from the other side of Zoom, but here we are. Really excited to see this agenda item come forward. Just thrilled to see this progress. And I think my only question is, where can I sign up to be on the Housing Board or other members of the public? Of course, very interested in continuing to serve and just wondering what the next steps are on that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yeah, so what we will, I think if we go back to that timeline slide, that can kind of hopefully show, but we would bring the bylaws back to the board for the board approval, to approve the, and then from there we would, and within that, the board would approve the parameters of membership, et cetera, how many members are on, and from which areas, whether that's teachers classified, community, et cetera. And then from there, we would, within those categories, be put out to recruit for applications.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none. We will move on now to, sorry, go ahead. Board Member Offsettle, go ahead.
Just one follow-up that dawned on me. How, Dr. Diffenbaugh, how do you feel about this timeline that they've laid out? It feels quite fast for where we are right now. Yeah, just thoughts.
I think, yeah, I think, you know, our goal would be to have folks in by the new year. So I do think that that's when you see the stabilized occupancy. So starting it versus it being, fully leased or almost fully leased. I think it's an aggressive timeline, but I think it's one that we can meet. We certainly, as you heard from some of our staff members tonight, it's just such a huge need in the community that we want to meet that need as soon as we can. With that said, if we need more time, we'd come back to the board and ask and report to the board, hey, we thought this timeline would work, but it's not there, and we need a little extra time depending on different areas. But we think it's aggressive, but fortunately, we have the folks with Education Housing Partners who've worked with Jefferson and worked with others to do this, so we feel confident that we can get it done.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else before we move on? All right. Now we will go to superintendent reports and upcoming events. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
All right. There's sometimes that I'm excited, and then sometimes I'm really excited. And this one I'm very excited to report this tonight. So I'll get through a few, and then at the very end, I'm just extremely excited. All right. So I want to remind folks we do have a vacancy in Trustee Area 6. We have information on our website. We are asking for applications. Application deadline is September 24th at 4:30 p.m. With public interviews scheduled to be held September 30th by the board. So we want to get that message out. You do have to live in Trustee Area 6. That map is also on our website. But please spread the word. We would love to have people interested to apply. We're celebrating Attendance Awareness Month, and you probably have seen from some of our school sites sending out information. We really are focusing in on students' attendance, lowering chronic absenteeism, ensuring that they're there to learn, and we have some great marketing material as well. And then also, we're, because of time, I'm going to skip this one, if that's all right. But we did do a highlight of one of our attendance intervention specialists, who's a graduate at Seaside High. So you can look at that in our media page of our website. National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month is also in September. We promote, and present to our students. We also are encouraging folks to really speak out if they are concerned about someone in their life. And there's also the call, text, and chat 988 that's available to everyone. It's also National Literacy Month. September's a very exciting month. And so, we've really revamped and focused our literacy efforts to a structured literacy approach tied to evidence-based instruction. And so we're really proud of the efforts that are going on in all of our classrooms to ensure that our students have the foundational skills, which includes phonics but isn't limited just to phonics, to ensure that they are off on a good trajectory in their careers by third grade. We're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month Day, September 16th, and that will be at Seaside High School. There'll be music, food, presentations, and more. So we would love the community to come out to Seaside High and help us celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. As you heard earlier, Monterey High ribbon cutting is coming up this Friday, 7 p.m. We encourage everyone to come to the first game under the Friday night lights. It'll be a very, very historic night, so we look forward to seeing the community there. We have facility surveys that have been sent out, and we encourage families, community, others to fill them out. We sent them to each of the learning communities because we wanted to get specific feedback on the specific schools within those communities. So please take a moment, shouldn't take long. We tried to make it very user-friendly to give us feedback, which will in turn help us when we create our master plan to bring back to the board for consideration. All right, wanted to play this. This was a big night at Marina High School. It was a special night, and I wanted to share this with the community.
We don't have sound on our ends.
So a long time coming, special night for the Marina community. Thanks to our communications team for capturing that. And come out to the next game.
So awesome. Okay. All right, we are going to now move if we can, to conference discussion and action. And first thing on the list is a public hearing for Monterey Bay Teachers Association Sunshine proposal to open negotiations for the 2025-2026 school year. So I will open the public hearing.
Good evening, President Jennings, Dr. Diffenbaugh, Board of Trustees. Government Code Section 3547, the ROTA Act, requires that initial bargaining proposals be presented for public comment. This is MBTA's proposal for 25-26 to our district to begin negotiations, and as such, it's the opportunity for public comment.
All right. Any public comment on this item?
Good evening, Board President Jennings, Dr. Diffenbaugh, members of the board, members of the cabinet. My name is Keisha Ferguson, and I am proud to be serving as the lead negotiator for MBTA again this year. I also teach the LEAP program at Marina High.
I'm Rosalind Book, MBTA president.
Tanea Scott, kinder teacher.
Jordan Unfried, school counselor at Seaside High School.
Nikki Long, proud history teacher at Central Coast High School.
Our team is here today to present the articles we are sunshining for the 25-26 school year. The articles are as follows: salary and health and welfare benefits. The tentative agreement that was reached last school year was amazing for our educators with all of the collaboration we did within Workday. We are proud of the work that was completed with endless effort and support from both MPUSD and MBTA together. We know that we can continue that work despite the difficulties ahead. Your hard work and dedication to MPUSD students, families, and staff are appreciated. We look forward to continuing our collaborative work at the bargaining table this school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And now we will move to discuss and approve Monterey Bay Teachers Association MBTA Sunshine proposal to open negotiations for the 2025-2026 school year.
This is asking the board for approval of the Sunshine proposal.
Thank you. Okay, board? Questions, comments, motion?
Mr. President, I move approval of the proposal.
Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Mr. Uchida. Any other comments on this? One last time. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. All right, next we will do another public hearing for MPUSD's Sunshine proposal to open negotiations with Monterey Bay Teachers Association for the 2025-2026 school year.
Similar, President Jennings, this is for public comment for the district's Sunshine proposal, where we're interested in opening salaries for the purposes of collaborating concerning salary matters with the bargaining unit, benefits to work together on addressing the health and welfare needs of our bargaining unit, as well as costs related to changing medical insurance providers, and then Article 10 workday to address language changes related to the high school 7-period day.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment on this item? Okay. Anybody on Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And we will move now to D, which is discuss and approve MPUSD Sunshine proposal to open negotiations with Monterey Bay Teachers Association for the 2025-2026 school year. Board, is there a motion or questions?
Any questions? I'll make the motion then.
Okay.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Trustee Uchida and a second from, I believe that was Trustee Velasquez. Anything further? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item E, discuss and adopt resolution 25/26-05 recognizing September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, thank you. This is a resolution coming before you to recognize National Hispanic Heritage Month. And what's really interesting is the theme this year is Collective Heritage, Honoring the Past, Inspiring the Future, which aligns very closely to the theme of MPUSD this year, Honoring the Past, Shaping the Future. So very excited to honor and celebrate the impact that in our community of Hispanic and Latino leaders, educators, students, families, staff, whose cultural heritage enriches our schools and strengthens our community. So this resolution, it comes before you to recognize, and as you heard, we are holding a special celebration this year, September 16th at Seaside High School, and we certainly hope that the board and the community will come and we can celebrate together.
Excellent. Okay, any comments or questions on this item? Any public comment on this item? Okay, nobody in person. Not seeing anybody in Zoom. Back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Have a motion from Vice President Miramontes and a second from, I believe that was Trustee Hofstedel. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next, item F, discuss and approve appointment of one member to the Measure I and Measure A Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Let me turn this over to Mr. Altemeyer.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. So we're excited. We have another application for your review for our Citizens Oversight Committee. The individual is Miss Karina Mata. She's a resident of Marina, I believe. Yes, it's correct. And she is applied for the Citizens Oversight Committee. Based on your application, she would fill a vacancy that we have open which is a member of the community who has a student enrolled in a school. So we're recommending that the board approve her application for the Citizens Oversight Committee.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public on this item? Seeing nobody in person and nobody online, I'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we approve the appointment.
I'll second.
Have a motion from Mr. Uchida and a second from, I believe that was Trustee Velasquez. Thank you. Anything further? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next, discuss and accept the California Department of Education California Community Schools Partnership Program Implementation Grant for Central Coast High School in the amount of $712,500 over 5 years. Dr. David?
All right, thank you. As you know, we applied for the Community Schools Partnership Grant and received for a number of Seaside schools. And then in the next round, we applied for Central Coast, and so this is coming before you. I'd like to turn this over to Dr. Gomez, who's our Senior Director, who is overseeing our community schools as well as many other things across the district. So, Dr. Gomez.
Yes, good evening, Board President, board members, Dr. Diffenbaugh, and Community Cabinet. I just want to reiterate, earlier we had our student from Central Coast highlight some of the exciting partnerships that we've already started at Central Coast High School. So we are beginning year 1 of community schools for Central Coast. All other Seaside schools, middle school, high school as well, are now year 2. So the entire Seaside community is receiving community school funding. So obviously one of the things that's very important for community schools is that they advance equity by connecting students and families to academics, health, social services, and other supports that improve access and opportunity for all of our students. Year 2 schools are already showing what's possible, and Central Coast will learn from their efforts as implementation begins. So we do have an exciting community of practice with all our community school coordinators twice a month, where we meet, we discuss current trends and what's happening in our community, how we're assets mapping, so we ensure that the needs of the communities are being met through this grant. In my role, I not only support multilingual learners, newcomers, and principals in our system, but I also support our community school efforts to ensure that the grant is being followed and that we are meeting the needs of the community. I think it's really important to know that power of community is priceless, and so we want to make sure that we continue building that community. At the end of last year, we celebrated our partners with students, community members, and educators with our first Heart of the Village Award in the Seaside community. We had over 30 members from the community, including staff, students, and parents, that attended this amazing event, and we hope to have that same Heart of the Village Awards ceremony this at the end of this school year as well. The funding at Central Coast High School allows us to deepen those partnerships, expand mental health and tutoring supports, strengthen site-level leadership teams, and sustain the vision of our community schools district-wide. So while we have a long way to go, we are hopeful for what's ahead with Central Coast High School. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Dr. Lusk.
First and foremost, congratulations. Really excited about the great work that the community schools are doing in MPUSD. One question that I have, and it's major because I think not all of our communities are fully aware of the great work that we're doing in MPUSD as it relates to our community schools. I hear that often. So my question is, what are we doing to be intentional about keeping the community informed? And how can we, on a regular basis, take advantage of our city council meetings and other meetings that might be really good to maximize our work in this district? Because I often hear, well, nobody really knows what the community schools are doing. And I know that's not accurate, but how can we be intentional about keeping our communities informed? Thank you.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, this is year 2. So in year 1, some of the activities that we did develop in our schools were school-based. So, for example, having presentations during ELAC School Site Council at cafecitos at the school sites, even with at staff meetings, presenting information regarding community schools, what they are, what the role of the community school coordinator is in conjunction with the site leaders. So as we branched out, we've also had community school presentations outside of the schools as we present to our partners, detailing the work and the needs of each of our schools. Moving forward, this year, some of the events that we've had to ensure that we're spreading the word and understanding of community schools, we had our community school coordinators themselves organize a wonderful presentation at our new teacher, NTO, new teacher orientation, where all of the teachers were invited. They participated in stations based on the pillars of community schools so that they'd have an understanding of each of the areas that now teachers can also partner with community school organizations and partners that can help build capacity at our sites. Additionally, we have our first DLAC meeting this month, September 24th. Our community school coordinators will come in and do a very similar presentation to our parents in the community so that they also have an understanding of what the community schools are in our Seaside community. So we're finding opportunities throughout our district to really help our committees and organizations understand what the community school model is in our Seaside community. Yes.
May I?
Go ahead.
I know you're doing a great work, and I just want to offer, I'd love to be an ambassador for spreading the word in my trustee area. And I'm sure all of us as trustees would love to be able to get a little script or what have you, so that we can share the messaging as it relates to our community schools. So please work with our superintendent and provide opportunities. And I think I'm speaking for you all. I hope I'm not going off track. But if you could provide that, I would love to be the messenger out there, just really stressing what we're doing through the community schools, because I know it's great work.
Yes.
But just I want to quieten those that are saying, well, you're not using the right model, and you're not doing this, and you're not doing that, because I know we are.
Yes.
But just want to be an informed voice.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board on this? Okay, seeing none, public comment? Seeing nobody in person, I'll go online, and Carla Lobo, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to echo what Dr. Luss mentioned, specifically for City Council, because I'm excited that Central Coast is funded now, but Central Coast did ask for the mayor's fund for their auto repair class that they're going to be offering at Central Coast. And during that discussion, there was a lot of uncertainty, including the principal of DLAMP, who was unaware of what community schools is and how they impact us as a whole in Seaside, and the partnerships that need to be developed within the community. So when we talk about actually getting information out to the community is unaware of it. They know the concept as far as like, oh, Seaside schools are community schools, but how are we community schools? So that information and that education is very important. I know that you mentioned that the first year was targeting the school sites. Well, there's a lot of school sites that are unaware still of themselves. And again, I go back to Councilwoman Burke, who is the principal of DLAP, that was unable to give further information about the model of community schools. And so when Central Coast approached the Mayor's Fund to get funded, and they did, they ended up getting $3,000 for that class, there was a lot of discussion about, well, we need to tighten up the conversations with MPUSD, and if we're giving this money out, like how many other schools are going to come and ask us for money when the school should be supplying for this type of funding for classes that are happening on the school? And so I reiterated to the council to let them know what community schools is and gave them just a framework of what it entails and how that partnership should work on a larger scale. And so it would be beneficial for you to go and actually speak during, they have a option that allows agencies to come in and speak about community schools, and especially because they are specifically in Seaside. Dr. Luss is another great advocate. She's been in the school district. She's known for a while our needs, and so just plugging in people that are already connected and boots on the ground is very important so that we can get that information out. And dual language as well. The Spanish community has a concept but isn't really aware, which is probably why we're getting a lot of the feedback saying that we're not doing it correctly. I believe that they're uninformed about how we're supposed to implement and how we're supposed to bring in the community. So I would really appreciate that information going out, especially at our city council meetings, our commission and boards that we have for the city of Seaside. We also have the Oldermeyer Center that encompasses a lot of our kids there. They have a school there for younger kids, and those parents can be involved as well because they're going to be the pipeline coming in to our Seaside schools. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? Dr. Diffenbaugh, you had something?
No, just that we'll take the feedback and develop a plan and hopefully meet the expectation.
Excellent, thank you. Any other public comment? One last call. Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. We will now move to H, which is discuss and approve district.
need
Oh,
that.
wait, no, we won't.
I'd like to make the motion.
You would like to make the motion. Thank you, Dr.
I'd like
Luss.
to move approval, I'd like to move that we accept the California Department of Education California Community School Partnership Program Implementation Grant for Central Coast High School in the amount of $712,500.
I'll
Thank you.
second.
Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Trustee Velasquez. Anything further? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll move to discuss and approve the district's 2024-2025 financial unaudited actuals. Dr. Diven?
Thank you. I'll turn this over to Mr. Altemeyer.
I just know you were really excited to get to this, so don't blame you. Okay, good evening again, Board. So this evening, we are going to review the unaudited actuals. Hopefully this clicker works. There we go. Okay. So tonight, we are going to go over the district's budget and reporting schedule, as we always do. We'll give an overview of what the unaudited actuals are, and then we're going to review the variance from the unaudited or estimated to unaudited through the general fund, and then we'll go over some next steps and questions if you have any. So first, as always, just a reminder, budget life cycle is ongoing, continuing. Now we're in September, and so we're reporting the unaudited actuals. We do it this time every year. It brings forward to the board, and the board will approve or adopt the unaudited actuals in September of each year. So what's in the unaudited actual report? It's a fiscal summary of how we did completed the prior fiscal year. So this is a look back into 24-25 and how we closed out the year. It's only looking at one fiscal year, so we're not looking at multiple fiscal years at this point. The report's titled unaudited because it hasn't undergone an audit from an independent auditor yet. It's required by state law that we adopt this each year. And the unaudited actuals are the completed and compared to our estimated actuals. So it's a look back. So we're comparing on what we looked at to build the budget in July to where we are now in September, that we've actually closed the last fiscal year, so we know where we're at. So as I mentioned, we're going to look at the variance report. So we're going to look at where we ended with estimated actuals versus our unaudited actuals. And so we're going to look at why there might be some variances there. And these typically are because revenues came in higher than lower than we anticipated. Budgets allocated to sites and departments went under or overspent, and we had staffing vacancies. So first, we're going to look at the revenue side for just the general fund, the unrestricted general fund. And I note this in thousands and the variance in a percentage. So the first, we're just going to look at where we estimated, and that was what we built the July 1 budget off of, was the estimated actuals versus the unaudited actuals compared to that on the right-hand side. Overall, total revenues were up by about $1 million from what we anticipated them being. The largest portion of that was LCFF. We had additional ADA that we were able to pick up through revised P2 reporting period, which was good. So that's the primary reason that we had some additional revenue come in on the revenue side. On the expenditures, this is what I mentioned earlier. This is where we see lots of things where we budget every dollar that we have each year, and that things may not come to fruition as we go throughout the year, whether we intend to hire a position and we're unable to fill it throughout the year, or we budget for certain materials and supplies, operating expenses that may come in under or lower throughout the year. The primary reason here is that we had budgets and departments underspend their budgets in certain areas. And we also had some vacancies that we didn't fill through, or we had some outside contracts that didn't come to the full cost that we had originally budgeted for those outside contracts. So kind of just to wrap up, when we're looking at the overall net increase or decrease from the variance for the expenditure side, we did bring forward a budget in July. We anticipated deficit spending by about $6.5 million. We did have money, if use the term fallout, or we just had less expenditures and additional revenue than we anticipated. Even though with that variance, we still did end up the year deficit spending. So we deficit spent by about $1.6 million. So that just means that $1.6 million came out of our reserves. So it was in excess of the revenue that we generated for that year. And this outlines, as what I just was mentioning, the beginning fund balance, we anticipated it being 35.7 million, which it was, but you can see the reduction in the ending fund balance wasn't as high. So we ended the year $4.8 million higher than we anticipated, but still, just a reminder, we did deficit spend by $1.6 million. So just to recap all of that, the primary reasons for the revenues or the primary factors that led into the variances is that we had additional revenue through LCFF funding, primarily because P2 ADA was higher by about 30 ADA. We do accumulate interest, so the money that we have in the bank at the county treasury, it generates interest. I wish it was always this high. This was a really good year, but that's one of the other primary factors. We had additional revenue for this year. And then we had $67,000 in additional federal impact aid. And then the primary reason on the expenditure side is that we had multiple departments across the district underspend the budgets. And like I said, this is typical. Contracts or staffing may not come to fruition that was originally planned at the start of the year. So what does it look like overall again? Projected deficit spend of about $6.45 million when we adopted the July 1 budget. At the end of the year, we still ended up deficit spending at estimated actuals by about $1.6 million. The unrestricted general fund ended $4.8 million higher. And so just to kind of give you an overall idea of the variance and what we're looking at, it's about a 4.4 variance when you're looking at just the unrestricted general fund. But when you combine all of the funds, it's a 2.5% variance. So in the budget world, we love to be 100% accurate all the time. That's the goal. However, budgets are made on lots of assumptions and things that can happen throughout the year. So within a variance of 3 to 4%, that's considered, within the realm of what we're dealing with as far as all the guesswork that has to go in and the assumptions that we have to make. But then the good news is all the funds this year ended in positive balances. So next we'll have an independent audit start to review our unaudited actuals in November, and then we'll bring that back with the first interim report in December, final audit report in January, and then the second interim report by March, and then May and June where we'll begin the budget adoption process again. So any questions?
Okay, board, any questions on this? Mr. Hunt.
Yeah, I was asking just to familiarize myself, but I see that, my question, I guess, is the money left over after the expenditures. I'm just curious, where does that money go? How does it get, used, I guess?
That's a good question. So at the end of the year, any funding, this year, we didn't have that luxury. So we had, you generate revenue every year and you try to plan all of your expenses to accompany that revenue that you're generating. In a year where you don't spend as much money as you bring in, that goes to your ending fund balance, and that's kind of your saving account, if you will, for when you have a bad year or an unexpected expense. You'll use that money to kind of offset those costs. So it's kind of there as a cushion in case something bad were to happen, or you had the opposite where you expended more dollars than you anticipated in the year. You could draw from that.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, how about public comment? Any public comment on this item? All right, I don't see any public comment, so we'll go back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval of the financial unaudited actuals.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Trustee Hofstadter and a second from Dr. Lusk. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Now move to discuss and adopt Resolution 25/26-06, the GAN limit. Take it that's him again.
Yes, Mr. Altenmeyer.
Thank you. This is something that comes before the board each year. This is a standard process that we have to go through in the resolution that we have to adopt. What this states is that we are staying within the tax authority. We're not expending more than the tax authority that we're allowed as a school district. This calculation is done for us, and we take our unaudited actuals, we factor all of that in, and then it populates the calculation for us at the state level, determining where we are within the GAN limit. So the resolution in front of you this evening is to certify that we are within the GAN limit, and that when the board adopts it, that will be part of the process that goes forward to the state as part of the unaudited actuals.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this one from the board? Okay, any comments or questions from the public on this one? Let's see, Carla Lobo, go ahead.
Thank you. I didn't have an opportunity to comment on the last item. Great presentation. I'm excited to have a positive number every year, so keep that going. What is that spending limit? Is it 50 million? Is that what I read in that report? That's my only question. I yield the rest of my time.
If you're referring to the GAN limit, if you pull up the resolution, it changes every year. There's a calculation that's done for us. I'm not sure if you're referring to the previous presentation where we're talking about the.
Yeah, I think she's referring to the GAN limit.
Yeah, so this calculation here, if you can make it a little bit bigger for me, I can't see it quite that small. I don't need glasses yet.
Oh, that's much better.
Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, so this data here is extrapolated out to the calculations that go into this really happen at the state level, right? We pull in, it's predicated on the local property taxes and tax base that were allocated for a local school district. And so when we take all of that into account, with the estimates from our unaudited, sorry, not the estimates, but the actual numbers from our unaudited actuals, it gives us all this data. So it's broken down into multiple different categories of allocated funding. And then this rolls up, all of this rolls up into the state level to calculate the state's GAN limit. So this is all part of that state level calculation.
Okay. Any other questions on this item? Okay, seeing none. We'll move now to, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion that we adopt the resolution.
Okay.
I'll second.
Have a motion from Mr. Uchida and a second from Trustee Velasquez. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, now we will move on to the consent agenda. Items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Education in one motion. There's no discussion on these items before the board vote unless a member of the board, staff, or public requests specific items to be discussed and/or removed from the consent agenda. It's understood that the administration recommends approval of all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by members of the governing board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. Is there anything on the consent agenda that needs to be pulled?
I do have a question about 9E.
9E. Okay. What's the question?
Do I ask it now?
Yeah, go ahead. Maybe
Okay.
we can get through it real quick.
Because the Monte Vista bathroom situation is beyond our control and, you know, it's not a huge amount of money, but it still is something. Is this something that we're responsible for these fees, even though the situation is out of our control?
So it's something that we will seek damages from the people who are responsible, and this will be incorporated into the total costs that we seek.
Okay. Any other questions on any items on the consent agenda? Okay, anybody in the public have anything they want us to consider separately on the consent agenda? Okay, Carla Lobo, go ahead.
Yes, item K as in kite, W as in water, X as in X-ray, and Y as in yo-yo.
Can you repeat that a little bit slower, please?
Yes, my apologies. K, W, X, why?
Okay. All right, so we will pull those and come back to them. All right, so, board, other than items that were mentioned, K, W, X, and Y.
I move approval of our consent agenda without K, W, X, and Y.
Thank
I'll
you.
second.
All right, have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Trustee Ofstettle. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none. Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we'll go to item K, approve and ratify multiple contracts for services rendered to MPUSD under special education. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, these are services rendered based on staffing needs or specific needs as in students' IEPs. I'll ask Ms. Rivera to elaborate any further on this.
Yes, good evening. So looking at the contracts that are listed in item K, most of them are curriculum-based. So we have renewals of subscriptions for services that we're already providing to students, as well as reading curriculum, math curriculum, and then there is a contract for a speech therapist, which we brought forth before in other agendas. The last spectrum is a non-public school. We have a student placed there. We need to renew that contract. And then A is also another staffing agency.
Thank you. Okay, board, any questions on this?
No.
Okay, public, any questions on this? Okay, Carla Lobo, go ahead.
Thank you. I pulled it specifically for the occupational therapist. Is that for a specific school? The speech pathologist, is that for a specific school? And I noticed that there is one service for one student that totals $133,000. Now, will that trigger the SELFA extraordinary costs pool with that particular individual because it is $133,000 and it is for one student? Those are my all questions. I give the rest of my time.
So regarding the contracted staff, I'd have to look at the specific name. It is a student, it is a staff member that would be assigned to a site. I just don't have that list in front of me for right now, but I can get that information. Regarding the spectrum placement, that is for a student on an IEP, and so to your point, the district does apply to the extraordinary cost pool, the non-public school, and the out-of-home care cost pool, and that would happen next school year, because this is for services for this year.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments on this item from the public? Okay, seeing none, we'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I move to approve. I'll
Okay.
second.
Have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Trustee Ofstettle. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, W, approve and ratify management agreement with BLVD Residential, Inc. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yeah, so as you heard from our experts, they reviewed a number of different firms. This is the firm that is used at Jefferson Union and other districts that have preceded us in staff housing. They have various extensive experience in that. They do have locally based staff as well as many locally based apartments they manage. They're considered the gold standard in residential management. For us, we have, as was noticed, or was commented on, an aggressive timeline to try to get our folks in there. and we want to ensure that we do it right. We want to ensure that we do it with the utmost professionalism, and we feel that this is the best firm to recommend to the board for approval.
Okay, thank you. Board, any questions, comments?
Yes.
Dr. Lusk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The comment, my only comment is that I fully appreciate the list that was reviewed by this company, the leader that made the presentation tonight, and I know personally and professionally those facilities, those properties, and I know tenants in those properties, and so that has, his providing that list tonight has increased my confidence in this company's ability to do what we need in MPUSD. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment? Oh, I apologize. Let me go back to the board. Sorry, Board Member Hofstadter.
It's okay, thank you. Yeah, I did have some concerns earlier this evening that it seemed that a company was provided to us rather than a vetting system, but after the information that was presented this evening, kind of squashed my qualms, so I do appreciate that background being provided to us this evening. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board before I go to the public? All right, now we'll go to the public. Ms. Lobo, go ahead.
Yes, so several areas of fall short. First, the fee structure itself is troubling. The contract identifies a base annual management fee of $60,000, but in addition, it commits the district to another $5,000 per month for administrative asset management support, an extra $60,000 per year, bringing the total annual management cost to $120,000. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly? This essentially doubles the expense. Nowhere in the contract is there a clear explanation of what this additional $5,000 per month covers, how it benefits tenants, or why it's necessary on top of the base fee. Without transparency, this looks like the public is being asked to pay twice for the same scope of work. I just want to get an understanding on that. Second, this stacked fee structure is not tied to performance. This company is not guaranteed, it's guaranteed the full 120 if I'm correct on that, annually, regardless of occupancy, tenant satisfaction, or measurable outcomes. That shifts all the risks to the district while guaranteeing reward to the contractor. From a business equity standpoint, this is not a balanced agreement. Third, accountability provisions in the contract are thin. The agreement outlines the responsibilities, doesn't outline the responsibilities, but does not include measurable. It does outline the responsibility, but does not include measurable benchmarks such as vacancy rate targets, leasing timelines, or tenant retention goals. Nor does it include strong reporting, auditing, or oversight requirements. If the district is paying $120 per year, it is responsible to expect detailed performance standards and regular reporting. Without them, the district has little leverage for underperformance. Fourth, the procurement process is unclear. What other companies were vetted along with Boulevard? Fifth, termination provisions and risk sharing appear to favor this company. If fees are tied only to rents allocated, Boulevard profits regardless of performance, while the district and tenants carry the rest. And if compliance failures or tenant grievances occurs, the liability may fall back on MPUSD rather than Boulevard. That is not equitable in business. And finally, Boulevard's track record is primarily in high rent markets outside of Monterey County and Monterey County. With approving this contract as written creates financial exposure for the district while outsourcing management to a firm that has 5 properties here at market rent rate. In summary, this contract, particularly the 120 annually free structure, additionally $5,000 per month administration support, raises serious equity and accountability concerns. I urge the board to consider the additional $5,000 per month to clarify that, performance benchmarks and termination and risk sharing provisions. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I'll stand by my previous statement. This has been vetted by our expert consultants who have experience in the teacher staff housing space. This firm has successfully leased up and operated the Jefferson Union, and that basically everyone points to as the model for teacher staff housing in the state of California. And we're very confident in this firm's ability. We had this contract thoroughly vetted by our legal counsel to ensure that the district was not put in any disadvantaged situation. And we would not bring it before the board for consideration if we were not extremely confident. With that said, there is an out in the contract so that if we aren't satisfied with the performance, that we would not have to be in a contract for an entire year, and we'd be able to exit for the unforeseen circumstance that we were somehow dissatisfied with the performance of this management firm.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other public comment on this item? Okay. Seeing none, we'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
Mr. President, I'd like to make a comment
Yes,
before the
ma'am.
motion. I really know from a statewide perspective that the Jefferson Union workforce housing is the model for the state of California, and this company has truly led them through the ups and downs of all that's involved in the renting process and what have you. And so it's really important at this time as we begin this journey to get experience. And I appreciate hearing Dr. Diffenbaugh's comment related to the monitoring of their performance and the ability to release them if that becomes necessary. But Jefferson Union has done an excellent job statewide, and every district and county look to them to follow their model as it relates to workforce housing. So I support this company unequivocally, and knowing that we will do our due diligence in monitoring them wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay.
I'd like to make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Uchida.
Make
Is
the
there a
motion that we
second?
ratify the management agreement.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion from Mr. Uchida and a second from Mr. Khan. Han, I keep messing that up. I apologize. Han. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, now we'll move to item X, which is reject claim against the district. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
I'll turn this in the next to Mr. Altemeyer.
Okay. Mr. Altemeyer.
Thank you. As part of I'll speak to this, but it relates to both X and Y. So as a part of the tort claim process, when a claim is filed against a district, it can't, outside of certain circumstances, they have to go through the tort claim process, which it can't go directly to a lawsuit. So it has to be tried to directly settle with the school district through this process. When the claim is filed, we typically reject those claims because if whatever the terms are written on the claim, if we accept them as written. So the normal operation is we reject the claim, but that doesn't mean that we're not claiming ownership or we won't still continue to negotiate with the party who filed the claim. It just means that we're rejecting what was put on the claim, and then we'll have our insurance provider, we'll have those conversations with them outside of that. The secondary part of that is once a claim is rejected, it limits the amount of time that a claim can be turned into a lawsuit from 1 year to 6 months. And so this is the normal process that we go through for when we have claims that are filed against the district.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Altemeyer. Any questions from the board on that? Okay, questions from the public? I apologize. Trustee Velasquez, go ahead.
I was actually just going to make a comment because I had those questions, but I got the information that I needed, so I can see how that can be a little confusing in regards to, well, why are we automatically rejecting this? But having that explained, I now understand why we were doing that, so.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other comments from the board? All right, now I'll go to the public. Carla Lobo, go ahead.
Thank you for that explanation. My questions are there existing safeguards strong enough for these type of claims to prevent them? Are they being actively enforced? I also want to raise a concern with the insurer. The insurers are required to act in good faith and conduct thorough fact-based evaluations. So I asked this board, when you're making this determination, the recommendation from the insurer, is it supported by transparent investigations and comprehensive and independent reviews, or has it not got to that point because you're still talking with the claimants or the individuals that were harmed in this about this claim? I state that because, one, bullying is a big factor right now in all our schools across the district. And so these are opportunities for us to look at what we have in place to narrow down if there are some challenges that we need to look into. It also gives us an opportunity for a call to action. These are about preventing future harm. Has there been a comprehensive assessment of bullying, but also traffic flow, supervision, and risk in these areas? Have appropriate safeguards been implemented to minimize the likelihood of further accidents? Because that in itself, when we talk about drop-off and pickups, again, that's across the board on all schools. There's areas of challenges and concerns. If not, now is the time to make those changes. And what is the board doing when they do receive claims like this to look and investigate in those challenges that we're facing when we have claims like this to safeguard from harm and future litigation? I yield the rest of my time.
Okay. Any other public comment on this side? All right. Seeing none, we'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to reject the claim.
I'll second.
All right, have a motion from Mr. Uchida and a second from Trustee Velasquez. Anything further? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, now we're going to go reject claim against the district for Y again.
Similar to the previous item, the rejection of the claim, as I mentioned earlier, even though we're rejecting the claim, our insurance provider still does work with the individual filing the claim to do an investigation to determine the facts. And so rejecting the claim just moves it along to that process, and so that our insurance provider can have those conversations in the investigation process.
Great, thank you. Any public comment on this item? Or I'm sorry, any questions from the board on this item? All right, we'll go out to the public and Carla Lobo, go ahead.
Thank you for answering that question with regards to the investigation process and those conversations. But I must reiterate, what is the board doing when they're getting these claims, and what are you looking at as far as safeguarding from future harm, and also looking at the safeguards that we have in place specifically for bullying and traffic control when drop off and pick up? I yield the rest of my time. Oh, actually, I have one other question. I never got a response on whether Boulevard's contract was indeed $120,000 a year. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. We're not going to go back on the agenda. You're welcome to email Dr. Diffenbaugh or other staff for that information. Sorry about that. Okay. Anything else on Y on the consent agenda? No? Okay. No more public comment? Double check. Okay, look all clear. Is there a motion for item Y of the consent agenda?
I move to reject the claim.
Okay.
I'll second.
Have a motion from Trustee Hofstadter and a second from Trustee Velasquez. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Information items. Review and discuss board policy reviewed by the policy committee. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, thank you. We had the latest batch of policies from the California School Boards Association for to update. And so we held a board policy committee meeting and went over each of those. They're here for your review. As a reminder, this is an information item, so no action tonight. But happy to take any questions on any of the policies. You will see at 10B, the next information item, we did want to pull out one specific policy to address individually, as we think that there may be questions about that based on previous board inquiries and public inquiries. So we'll address that next, but want to make staff available for any questions for the other items. If there isn't substantive questions or concerns, then this would come back on consent at the following board meeting.
Any questions on this item from the board? Okay. Any questions from the public on this item? Okay. Carla Lobo, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the emphasis on procedurals for behavior interventions, but equity requires more than procedure. We need to explicit protections so students with disabilities aren't disciplined or criminalized because of their disability-related behaviors. The data is clear. Students with disabilities in California are disciplined and referred to law enforcement at much higher rates than their peers. I'm specifically addressing the special education policies. This is not an accident, it is a systemic inequity. Policies like this one must be written with equity at the center, not just compliance. One major concern is the policy's language around calling law enforcement. As written, it still leaves the door open to police contact for situations that could be managed with supports and de-escalation. Without clear guardrails, this becomes a pipeline to police for behaviors that are manifestations of disabilities. The standard must be tightened. Police contact should be permissible only when there is an immediate specific threat of serious physical harm, and all de-escalation efforts have failed. It must not be routine or convenient. Equity also demands stronger protections for families. Right now, parent notification is framed as by the end of the school day or even within one school day. That is too late. Parents deserve to know immediately when their child has been restrained, secluded, or when police are called. Notifications must occur the same day within hours of the incident, not the next day or at the end of the day. This ensures parents can advocate in real time for their child's safety and well-being. I urge the board to strengthen this policy with safeguards, define police involvement as a true last resort with strict objective criteria, require staff to document de-escalation attempts before any law enforcement is called, mandate same-day parent notification within hours of any incident involving restraint, seclusion, or police contact, trigger an IEP meeting within one school day to review supports and prevent reoccurrence, publicly report discipline and police contact data for students with disabilities, race, and the school. Train all staff annually on disability-related behavior, trauma-informed practices, and alternatives to law enforcement. Students with disabilities deserve dignity, safety, and a chance to learn. If our policy does not explicitly build in these protections, we will continue to see inequitable and harmful outcomes. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll come back to we don't have to come back to the board. This is an information item, so it will appear on a future agenda. Okay, item B, review and discuss board policy and administrative regulation regarding questioning and apprehension by law enforcement. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, thank you. This first came as a board request to review this policy, and I think the concern was that wanting to ensure that all school sites had very clear direction in order to ensure that there was consistency across school sites and students weren't being treated one way at one site and different policies or practices at another site. So we worked with the Board Policy Committee, and it's now been back to the Board Policy Committee, I think, 3 times. We also, based on Board Policy Committee feedback, made some adjustments and changes, worked with our legal counsel that you'll see attached to the agenda tonight. So what I want to emphasize is that the board policy clearly states that the Board of Education prefers that unless necessary to protect safety of students, staff, or other persons, any law enforcement contact with students be made outside the school setting, school grounds, school activities, or school events. It also further outlines the parameters around questioning and provides clear guidance that you can see in Exhibit 1 that is in the form of frequently asked questions that a school administrator can look to for guidance to ensure consistency across all sites. So that answers questions about when law enforcement should be called, what to do if a parent or guardian wants to press charges of an incident on campus, what to do if a law enforcement officer wants to speak to a student, what type of record should be kept if for investigation and questioning on school premises, what to do if law enforcement wants to arrest a student on campus, what to do if the student is removed from school by a law enforcement officer, what to do if law enforcement officers are requesting student records such as demographic information, pictures, residency, etc. It also outlines, and this is in Exhibit 2, a documentation of if a law enforcement officers on campus wants to speak to a student. It outlines what to do, including taking the officer's name, badge number, arrival time, departure time, the agency phone number, official capacity, and then has some safeguards in terms of check if the student was provided the student rights during questioning document, check if the principal designee was present during the interview, and has signatures, etc. And then the second attached, or below that, I should say, Exhibit 2, has the student rights during questioning by law enforcement. And this is intended to be student-facing, so written in a way that is hopefully easily understood by students, and outlines students' rights, their rights, including the right to remain silent, to have a parent, lawyer, or school administrator present, to search, rights regarding searching of person or property, rights regarding cell phone searches, rights regarding removal of campus, rights regarding a student if they are being arrested. So again, we work with our legal counsel to try to create this, getting feedback from our board policy committee. Certainly coming here as information to get more feedback. We're certainly happy to make more amendments and improvements. We do feel the need to give direction or further direction to our school administrators, and that can happen once these policies are approved by the board. So we stand ready for questions and comments from the board and public. We worked hard on this to create the clarity that we thought the board was recommending.
Okay, go to the board for comments. Trustee Velasquez.
Yes, it was one thing I noticed after the policy meeting, seeing this after the policy meeting, is that we did put in there on the Know Your Rights sheet that the administrator that's present is there mainly for more moral support, not necessarily to represent their individual legal right. But I noticed that that verbiage is not in the administrative regulation or the board policy. So it's on the Know Your Right sheet, but that line is not in the actual policy, and it probably should actually be in both of those.
Okay. Trustee Hofstadter.
Yes, thank you. Very encouraged that the student rights card is created. I was wondering if we can also have it in multiple languages for newcomers. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Anything from board members? Dr. Luss?
I want to commend the policy subcommittee members and our superintendent and staff for a job well done on this policy. As a former administrator, I don't ever recall seeing a document this thorough and which outlines step-by-step notification and procedures that must be followed in a case such as this. I really commend you for that, having experienced officers on the campus as principal at Sept High. This is one of a kind, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for your hard work.
Looks like Veronica has her hand up.
I know. Got it. Any other from board at the table? All right. Trustee Miramontes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, board, district, and the policy committee team for continuing the work through policy AR 5145.11, students questioning by law enforcement. And also thank you for having this policy stand alone to show our efforts as a board and transparency that we are hearing community and wanting to ensure that we do put time into this conversation. So when we're ready to actually, pass this, it's fully vetted and we have what we need. So I know tonight is late and other items ran long before we could get here, and I'll do my best to share my comments as best as possible, and hope it will alleviate some additional questions or concerns. I think one of the main policy purposes is missing. We should be clear and direct to advise students to their rights to invoke the Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights at any time, even if law enforcement feels they need to conduct an immediate interview or investigation, interrogation, things of that sort. So saying, like on the policy, saying a school staff cannot deny the request by not accounting a minor being questioned without having legal guardian, advocate, counselor, et cetera, could be a concern for us as a district, just in regards to civil suits and things like that. The way the policy is currently written is unfortunately still problematic. It explicitly gives law enforcement the ability to deny rights when they feel it's appropriate to do so. So this current version is unclear because it misleads our students and children into thinking they're protected, but also are not. As stated, it gives students a false sense of protection. For example, in the student rights documentation, it tells kids they can request parent law and lawyers, but then also says law enforcement can deny this at their discretion or for unspecific circumstances. It's not actually a right. It's not actually right if it can be arbitrarily denied. Same with the searches. It's stating students don't have to consent, then immediately says consent is always required anyways. The policy does seem to heavily favor law enforcement access over student protection. So students have more constitutional legal rights than this suggests. But this policy makes them practically unenforceable. So there's just a lot of both languages, yes and no, but maybe for this. So I think we need to be clear. We need to stick with law. Per legal example, SB 203, which was effective January 1st, 2021. SB 203 requires that all students under the age of 18 consult with any attorney in person, by telephone, or by video conference prior to custodial interrogation, including those that happen on school campuses, and prior to waiving Miranda rights. This consultation may not be waived. That is a law. It cannot be waived. by law enforcement. The students must have legal representation, parents, those things. That is a law that we need to abide to, and it's missing in this policy. Again, the SB 203 is an expansion of the law that went into effect in 2017 that was formerly known as SB 395. That created increased Miranda right for protections for youth 15 years old and younger, and now is up to the age of 18. I know I've also shared this during board meetings in the past. So really trying to, again, firmly state that we do need to abide by Senate Bill 203 that gives us legal solution. This does give us legal solution, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel and trying to say, hey, let's figure out different Miranda rights or things we should include or shouldn't include. If we just stick to SB 203, we're clear, we're safe, along with the understanding for everybody involved. The Miranda protections for youth bills protects the constitutional rights of young people in relation to custodial interrogation by law enforcement. You have the same constitutional rights as adults during custodial interrogation. However, as we know, in emotionally charged situations, especially circumstances that include fear and intimidation, such as police interrogations, youth do not have that same ability as adults to fully understand the complex of constitutional rights and the consequences of waiving them. So many youth give up their rights without really understanding what it means to do so. So I do really appreciate our attempts for a Know Your Rights type of card or flyer that we have created thus far. I think the flyer is still really heavy for a youth to look at and see, especially in the moment with all that language and narrative. I think we need to keep it simple and clear and really focus on Miranda rights. So again, the Miranda protections for youth bill provides safeguards to prevent the criminalization of students on school campuses and their communities by ensuring that youth understand their constitutional rights before giving them up. Schools and other districts can play an important role in ensuring the proper implementation of this law and supporting safety on school campus. So there's an and there. We can do both. So I definitely want to push back and make sure that we are not push back, but move this back to the work that we're doing, trying to, strengthen the language. And make sure that it's clear policy and simple. Know your rights for our youth in a flyer or a card. I do lean towards the card as well. And faculty such as principals know exactly what to do so they don't also violate 203, which can put the district at risk. Our strong relationships with the National Center of Youth Law, NICL, has individual resources and guides about SB 203 directly for students, directly for schools, directly for police officers. So once more, let's not reinvent the wheel and work with the law to support ways for our students. I'll ask our superintendent to send those documents over from NICL so you guys can, the policy committee, to ensure that we're abiding to Senate Bill 203. And noting that this law in our policy and narrative attachments. So just if we can start including SB 203 into our policy, then we can keep this actually more short and simple versus expanding and having things that are just, they feel a little too this or that. And this would also apply to special ed. I know we had that question before too, but I just really wanted to re-encourage us to be aware of all of our bills and laws that we have out there, such as SB 203. I actually have an example of a card that NICL presented. I don't know if you guys can see it because it's so small, but it's basically just like what to do if approached by law enforcement, know your rights, the Miranda rights, and just 1, 2, 3, 4 for youth to be like, okay, this is what I need to know, because you all have that right. But yeah, so just wanted to share that, and looking forward. I'm personally wanting to invest in finding time to make sure that we, bring all this information back to our community in a good way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and we can definitely and continue to work on it. I think it's important though, because just that we're presenting the information. I think it's important that we're presenting the full information to students, right? Because like Senate Bill 203, it says clearly, prior to custodial interrogation, before a waiver of Miranda rights, a youth 17 years of age or younger shall consult with legal counsel by telephone or by video conference. This consultation must be waived, which is what you're saying. which is true. However, there's an exception to this if both must apply. One, the officer who questioned the student reasonably believed the information the officer sought was necessary to protect the life or property from an imminent threat. And two, the officer questions were limited to those questions that were reasonably necessary to obtain that information. So I just want to make sure we're presenting it, because yes, you're absolutely right. They absolutely have to, by law, have and it cannot be waived, right to Miranda to speak to a lawyer confidentially, et cetera. And it's also true that if the law enforcement officer says, no, I need to speak to this student right away because the life and safety of the community is at risk, we could not deny that officer by law, could not deny the officer the entrance to that student. I will tell you that the message to our school principals is, if the officer wants to speak to a student, unless this health and safety of the community or student is at risk, they should do it outside of school on their own time. Meaning, we don't want them to conduct business within the school setting. But I don't feel comfortable presenting something to a student that is partially true, but maybe not completely true, right? And giving the student information that that doesn't paint the full picture. So that's all the, and we may have missed it with trying to make it too much, this, but then there's also this. But I do think it's important that we are presenting the information correctly. So that's all we're trying to struggle with.
Okay.
And I appreciate and agree with that too. Definitely when it comes to the safety and imminent needs for law enforcement, do we need to make sure we include that? But something a little more simpler still for our youth would be, I think, will go a long way, especially in the heat of the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board? All right, now we'll go out to the public. Anybody in person? There's nobody left. So we'll go online and we'll go to Carla Lobo. Go ahead.
So Trustee Miramontes, actually encompassed a lot of what my concerns were, specifically the violation of Education Code 48906 and the raises constitutional concerns under the 5th and 14th Amendment. Children cannot meaningfully consent to interrogations, and without protection, their right can easily be waived without them even knowing. And so I'm kind of confused on the part where you're stating that we can't prevent an officer if it's a health and safety for the community to come in, but are you going to say we prefer you to do this outside, so wait until school is over and contact that student then? It also is no clear safeguards limiting the role of law enforcement on campuses, no protections for confidentiality, no requirement for trauma-informed support after a child is questioned. That leaves students vulnerable, creates fear, and undermines our duty to protect them. But there are ways to strengthen this policy. One, require immediate parental notification and consent before any student is questioned. When you have law enforcement that comes, a quick call to a parent can happen. That's not precluding investigations at all. Guarantee that a trusted adult, parent, or advocate is present during any interview. I know MILPA has a lot of advocates, and so do other, like MCBC has advocates that can come in. You can easily call that partner and say, hey, we have law enforcement here. Ensure students receive their rights in age-appropriate language before questioning with a preferred adult present. These kids are unaware of the trajectory that this could go, and so we want to make sure that they're informed. And are they going to be receiving these cards ahead of time? Is there going to be public information like something at the schools letting them know, hey, this could happen, you could be questioned, here's this card. Limit law enforcement roles to genuine safety issues, keeping routine discipline with the school staff. Add equity safeguards by monitoring and reporting data on law enforcement interactions by race, age, and gender. And I saw the form there, but perhaps narrowing it down. Protect confidentiality by restricting information sharing to what the law requires. Provide counseling or restorative support for any student involved in questioning. These policies in their current form are inequitable, unsafe, and legally risky. But with thoughtful changes, you can create procedures that truly protect student rights, respect families, and ensure our campuses remain safe havens for learning, not sites of unnecessary law enforcement intervention. I urge you that you go back to these policies, rewrite, and bring back revisions that center equity, transparency, and the well-being of every student in the district. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will, that's an information item, so you got info you need to continue work on that one, Dr. Diffenbaugh? Sorry, Trustee Velasquez, go ahead.
Yes, I was going to say there is actually, so the organization that Trustee Miramont has mentioned, they actually have a, like a guide, which I didn't even know about. You know, now once seeing it, looking up 203 as she was talking about it, one of the things that comes up in the Google search, it says, what are my rights when I'm stopped by police policy or whatever, and it's just basically a know your rights guide for youth, and then it also had one for law enforcement concerning youth, and then it actually had one for schools. So maybe referencing those also, since they pretty much have them already laid out on a, looks like on a card that it can easily be printed out.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Lusk.
There seems to be a lot of discussion around item B under the information section. So perhaps we should bring this back as another, so that we can have an additional information discussion at our next meeting before placing it on the agenda for action. So that's what I'm recommending at this point, so that all can be really, we can have the opportunity to review all the information that's being shared and continue the clarification of the information that we receive.
Okay.
So that's my proposal.
All right, yeah, so you're saying instead of it going back to the policy committee, you want it to come to the full board?
I'd like for
again,
it to come to the full board.
For discussion, and then
Yes.
maybe we'll send it back to the policy committee at that point?
After that, yes.
Okay.
I
Got
think
it.
it's important that the full board is privy to the discussion at this
Understand.
time.
Absolutely, understand.
you.
Okay.
Could I add, if it's, and I agree with Dr. Lusk, would there be an opportunity for the district to hear what we've said thus far, do the revisions they think might be best, so when we have the next discussion, we've kind of moved a little closer to what we're agreeing to? Is that possible, or does that have, those like edits have to happen at the policy committee? I'm unsure.
No, I.
What was that?
Turned the wrong mute on. Sorry. Yeah, no, at this point, I think we vetted it at the board policy committee a number of times, so I think having it at the board level is probably more appropriate. I think for me, what would be helpful is for specific changes, like looking at the specific sheet and making recommendations, because I think that will help me also consult with our legal counsel to ensure that, you know, any changes we're making, they are advising the district on as well. So that would be my ask, I guess, of the board, is that if there are changes, and I heard there definitely proposed changes, but if we could put it in the context, okay, if this is the draft, where would you like to see changed from here, rather than saying, rather than having us try to take something from another organization and try to make it work the way we think it is being asked of us, that could be helpful.
Okay. Trustee Velasquez.
Just one last question, and it's probably a new board member question, or first-term board member question. Just being on the policy committee, was 203 always considered when we had drafted the policy? And I'm only asking because I wasn't aware of 203. Like, I was trying to research other laws to see, and the only thing I had ever found was something back in 2012 that Governor Schwarzenegger had vetoed, that, you know, reading this now is kind of like that. So were we always aware of 203 in the drafting? And why wasn't, like, some kind of reference or something made to it? Like, in other policies, we usually make a reference to, like, education code or whatever, but, like, it's just astonishing to see this law today and not having seen it before.
So, to answer your question, yes, 203 is the basis of what outlines what's the Miranda rights for students, which I think was included in the policy, right? Where it says the questioning and what to do if law enforcement questions the student. So yes, it was. I'm trying to look to see what CSBEA did in terms of if they referenced it or not in the, usually they do, but I'd have to just look at it. But, yeah. But yeah, so the substance of the question document took into account, from our legal perspective, the law, which included 202.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to respond to, I definitely will make effort as a board member to provide some direct edits on the documentation, and then just making the request that we send some of those information and educational pieces to the rest of our board from Nicole, just so folks can have like a better understanding. It has great visuals, and that way the rest of our board has the best understanding if they would also like to make edits, and encouraging them that as well. But I'll definitely do that. Thank you.
Right, absolutely.
Thank you. Dr. Lusk.
Next steps. What's the timeline?
Here's my ask to any board member that mentioned a policy or another policy, a law, whatever it was that you mentioned. Send that info to the superintendent so he can get it to the entire board. That would be much appreciated. Okay. And then next step would be for Dr. Diffenbaugh, Trustee Miramontes, and myself to get it back on the agenda for the next meeting and make sure that we leave enough time so that we can have a substantive discussion and try to hash it out, get it worked out so that we could go back to the policy committee and get the policy to the board so we can update it, because I'm sure it hasn't been updated in, like, I don't know, forever. So, yeah. So, okay, is that good with everybody? All right, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so now, if there's nothing else on that one, I would like to move to communication for board members. Board communication is an opportunity for board members to share with the public events, activities, and other communications they deem relevant to the public. It's understood that these items raised during board communication section are not on the adopted agenda, and therefore no further discussion will occur. Okay, we'll start over here on my right. Trustee Velasquez.
Okay, I actually attended an event with the Monterey County Genealogical Society, and I'm only bringing that up because at our last meeting at Monterey High, I believe it was the principal of La Mesa, she was talking about the International Food Day or something like that, and saying how some of the students kind of felt, I guess, left out because they didn't have like cultural attire or like a specific cultural dish. And so in attending these meetings with the Genealogical Society, I'm finding out a lot about my own ancestry and that of others. And so I'm going to try to get some information for PK to possibly share, because I think one of the things that's happening with our students that feel like, well, I'm just American, they're not understanding that they might have genealogy past that. And so that can maybe give them ideas in regards to their participation in the international, I think International Day or International Food Day they were having. So I'm going to try to get information regarding that for PK to possibly pass on to her.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Ostedel.
Last weekend was a fun football weekend. Congratulations to Marina High. And then Battle of the Bay. Though my kids didn't want to stay for too long, it was fun to be there for one quarter. I do want to say thank you to Dr. Diffenbaugh for reaching out to the community in regards to Annunciation School. That is the neighborhood I used to live in Minneapolis. It affected 2 friends. Their children are safe, but affected. And so I just wanted to say thank you for acknowledging that and just the support from the community.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lusk.
I'll just quickly say ditto and congratulations to Marina High School. It was just nice to be there to see a lot of old friends. And it was just nice to see the completion of a high school that began as an elementary site, and all that has been poured into that facility in creating the secondary level of excellence that it exhibited last week. Trustee Uchida pointed out the gym with the new lettering and what have you, and just felt good. So the work that we do is really providing the foundation for student success, and the community human resources program continues to support our students at all levels. We have no idea how many students are supported by this organization within MPUSD. Great partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Miramontes, Communications.
Yeah, just one. This weekend we'll be at the California Latino School Board Association Unity Conference. So I'm really looking forward to the event. I plan to bring back a lot of helpful information for our district, including how we can support all of our students in just learning and retention and growth and understanding around education. And then I'll be doing that presentation with Cornell Law in regards to retention and recruitment through DACA residency. So really excited about that, and just trying to see how we can find more tools in the belt to support districts across the state in very, very good ways. Also sad to miss the ribbon cuttings that have taken place. But a huge thank you for the district for always centering the students and the communities at these events. And it makes me really excited to see that happen, and to see the cheerleaders cut the ribbon and stuff. It's just really, really cool. So just amazing job, and that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Uchida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to if you saw the picture of Dr. Diffenbaugh, that was true enjoyment. I mean, you could see that in the man's face. The picture of the ribbon cutting, the energy that we all felt. You could have, the community, the grandparents, everybody that was there, you could feel it. And thank you to Dr. Diffenbaugh and your team, everybody that was there. Marina's a special place, and I think we know it. And even though the stadium wasn't exactly what, I envisioned it originally, but to see the faces of the families that were there, it was priceless. And so we did a good job. And I'm looking forward to this Friday, ribbon cutting at my old high school. We've invited some special guests, and I think Mr. Newton and Dr. Diffenbaugh will make sure it's a memorable evening. We did have lights at that stadium, but probably 70 years ago. I do remember light poles there, but this will be another feather in our cap, I think, is
Yes, as a board.
as we do things right for our students. I mean, our football, not just football, our athletes at the high school there, at all our schools. I think they're benefiting from what we as a group has put forward as being important. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Uchida. Mr. Hun.
Yeah, first thing I wanted to say is very excited for Friday, and I want to personally invite everyone here to come out to Friday to see the ribbon cutting. As successful as the Marina ribbon cutting was, I think, you know, maybe I'm biased, but I think the Monterey one is going to be even better, and I hope for it to be. And personally, I'm filled with like so much like happiness and joy and pride, most of all, that we get to have stadium lights at our home field, because that means we get to play our football games, our lacrosse games, our field hockey games, our soccer games. We get to play, like, our home games get to be at home. And there's something to be said about, you know, playing on the field that you practice on every day and playing, like, on the grass that, like, you know, your peers sit at during lunch and that you might study on. Like, it's different. It's going to be a different energy than, you know, just playing on the MPC field as we have for football, or not being able to even have night games, because there's a different energy with night games. And, you know, I know, like, being in ASB since I was a freshman, like, I know about our games. I know about the energy, and there's a different kind of energy during night games, and it's going to be, everyone's really excited. Everyone in ASB, everyone in any athletics, everyone's really excited. And yeah, I'm filled with, like, so much pride to be able to say we get to have a home game on Monterey High campus. So that's great. A few other things. Yeah, I have a few things. So first, I wanted to recognize one thing I heard from the student representative at Central Coast High School. I thought was really cool, and just wanted to recognize that at their back to school night, it was really cool to hear that the food that was being provided was prepared by the culinary program. And like, I think we should all take a moment to think about, like, what that actually means. Like, the event that the school hosted for the community, one of the aspects of the food was coming from the students at the school who learned how to make that food in the class, through that I believe it's a CTE pathway program, the culinary program there. And that's just like that's them. That's the students taking what they're learning in the class. You know, I'm sure they learn about it in class, they get assessed, but that's taking it next level out of the classroom and bringing it to, like, the real world. They're in their communities, like, providing for the community in their school event. And I think that might be the most important thing about this whole, like, all the education, is bringing it to the real world, like, showing them what that's going to look like, should they pursue the culinary pathway in their futures. So just wanted to recognize that, because I think in kind of like an ASB mindset, and in ASB we always prioritize connecting, like, thinking about ways to connect sides of our school to other sides. So maybe that's connecting clubs to school events, or connecting sports teams to, you know, our announcements. And so I really like to recognize, like, that connection there between their CTE pathway program and their just school community event. Thought it was awesome. Building on that, I want to talk about and recognize, like, I personally really am passionate about CTE pathway programs. I think they're just very, very beneficial to the student, and from a student perspective, and from the perspective of someone that has friends who are all, you know, are interested in CTE and in general. It's very beneficial because CTEs provide students the opportunity to get insight into these specific, like, pathways and specific areas that they might not be able to get outside of school, you know. So someone comes to school who's interested in, for example, like, auto technology. Yeah, maybe they want to work as a mechanic when they're older, like, or the culinary path. Like, these pathways, like, CTEs providing them a pathway to explore that and to, you know, decide if, you know, do I want to do this when I'm older? Do I not? Do I want to see other pathways? And I think CTE is just very valuable in that way. And yeah, so I just wanted to recognize the CTE pathway program. Also, one thing I want to bring up is at Monterey High School, I can speak to it can speak to it specifically, but I'm willing to bet that it's an issue across all of our campuses, our high school campuses anyways, is that our college and career counselor is probably like needs more attention and support in terms of resources. And I say it because we have, I mean, at least at Monterey High, on the Monterey High campus, we have one college and career counselor who's responsible for like around like 650 upperclassmen, that's juniors and seniors who are, you know, interested in college and interested in CTE and interested in dual enrollment and interested in, yeah, just their life after high school. And all of this responsibility is sort of falling onto the role of our college and career counselor, and it's a lot to handle. And obviously, I'm being dramatic when I say all 650 students. You know, they're not all going to go ask at once, but I'm only being dramatic to sort of prove the point that like there's a lot of upperclassmen, and there's only one person, at least at Monterey High School, who is sort of responsible for helping all these students. And I think if you looked across all of our campuses, high school campuses, you'd see that there's probably not enough resources to support our like college readiness and yeah, college prep in general. And I think I just want to say that there should be more attention there, just because that's what, you know, and at least in my perspective, like that's what it should be focused on for upperclassmen, since that's what they're looking forward to, you know, in 1 or 2 years for them. The last thing is I just wanted to highlight, I thought it was really, really interesting how also the student representative from Central Coast High School, I thought it was really cool, the part in her bio where they mentioned she attended Monterey High School, and I believe transferred to Sept High School, and then transferred to Central Coast High School. And then what was really interesting to me is that she decided to stay at Central Coast High School, although she was eligible to go back to like the previous school she went to. And I think we should also think about like what that means in itself. At least the way I saw it is, she got to experience. I mean, she's probably like very, very unique case. Someone that's gotten to experience 3 of our 4 high school campuses in MPUSD, and it's pretty, like, I think it's pretty amazing to me that she decided to stay at Central Coast High School, you know, after experiencing all these campuses, and that just goes to show that she found aspects of Central Coast High School that, you know, she decided that were best for her and at that school, and that she, you know, that she couldn't find at the other schools. And I don't know what that might be. You know, maybe it's the culinary CTE pathway. Maybe it's they mentioned that they have certificates that I didn't do much research on it, but I heard that there's certificates that they can get at that school. And that's all really cool stuff that's going on at that school that is probably pretty unique to Central Coast High School. Like, where else can you get a certificate for whatever it is that they were offering? That's something that's unique at Central Coast High School that could have been, now I can't speak for her, but that could have been the reason why she chose Central Coast High School over these other campuses. And just to elaborate on it, for example, a reason someone might want to stay at Monterey High School versus these other schools is the Mayos and Spark Academies. You know, that's a big thing that we have at Monterey High School that we can offer that is unique to Monterey High School. And I have a friend that goes to Seaside High School. I was talking to her, and she said the reason that she decided, she was picking between, she could have gone to like Monterey High or Seaside, and she was stuck, but she chose to go to Seaside High School because of the JROTC program there. Because she researched it, and she said it's very extensive, and it's what she wanted to do. And I'm only bringing up all these things because I just want to highlight that at our high schools, like they're all, I think we would all agree that we all want equal opportunity from each of our 4 high school campuses. We want equity, and we want to see, we want the opinion of the public to be that you can be successful at all of these campuses. It's not, it's not just Monterey High School or it's like not Monterey High kids get better chance to go be successful in their life. It's not, Seaside High kids get better chance to go be successful in life. No, it's, you can go to, each of our campuses offer something for everyone. We have 4 campuses, and you can pick where you want to go that's going to work best for you. And I think I've given some like examples of how, whether it's Mayos at Monterey High or it's the certificates at Central Coast. So you can pick these places, these aspects that relate best to you through the high schools that we have offered. And my point in all this is just I want to keep moving forward and move forward, implementing that, keeping that ideology in our heads that we want for our campuses to all be equally have equal opportunity, and not put one campus over the other ones, or because they're all going to have their strengths and weaknesses, of course, like that's just how it is. But we're moving forward, like keeping in mind that each of our campuses are like unique and they have their strengths, and we should push their strengths and promote their strengths and like work on their weaknesses. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is
Go
based
ahead,
off
sir.
community events, correct? So this is the ribbon cutting at Marina High School. That was a really big movement for Marina High School, especially because it's a way smaller campus, but it's still equally talented. This is going to benefit so many students currently and even future students at Marina High School, and this is something that I'm very happy to be a part of and to be in Marina High School for this reason also. And then this community also gave like a really big sense of community. And I believe like Mr. Sorry, I can't pronounce your last name. Yoshida. And then everyone else who attended, you can feel the presence of community at that event. And that was just to show like something so big can bring like a sense of community altogether. And then just like thanks from the teams at Marina High School, and also special thanks from the cheerleading squad to the board members. And that's pretty much it for me. Yeah.
Thank you. Wow. And I attended that too. That was awesome, wasn't it?
It really was.
It's like a
yes.
great time. And I just wanted to thank staff for getting that all put together and making it happen. It was awesome. We had a good time, and it really brought the community out. So, awesome. Okay, so now we're going to go to board requests. So I'm going to start over here. Mr. Hernandez, board request.
Okay, so my board requests are specifically, but it can also apply to all of the high schools. So I did collect some student voices on our campus, and a lot was related to class options, to specifically more or less Marina High School, just due to their capacity being like a smaller school, so they don't get as many options compared to other ones. So these student voices were more like they want more rigorous courses, because there is a lot of talent at Marina High School that is just waiting to be exposed. Example of this can be more APs, possibly more dual enrollments on campus, and even honors classes was brought up into to my account. They also wanted some possible academic support, maybe like in subjects in math, that's also a very difficult subject, especially in Marina High School. And that can be seen also in testings, also is just an academic support that students need. Also college prep for students. We have an amazing team at Marina High School, which is, I believe it's 3-ish staff members helping out in that. But it's also, this can be seen in all campuses, that this is something that should be brought up more and possibly more invested in for students, as this is setting them up for success and later on. Also, specifically to Marina High School, there is a mental health staff shortage. I know we did lose one of our members there at Marina High School, and possibly this can be brought up in future meetings to possibly appoint somebody at Marina High School, just to fill in that space so students can have the resources for that. And then just one more question I had was, I know Superintendent PK was talking about suicide awareness, and I just want to ask, like, what actions is being taken directly to these schools, specifically on this topic? And that was about it for me.
Okay. Got that? Everybody good with that? Suicide prevention presentation, yes. What we're doing? Okay, perfect. Mr. Hunt?
Nothing from me.
Okay, great. Mr. Uchida? No. Dr. Lusk? Hofstadter? No? Nothing for you either? Vice President Miramontes?
None.
Okay, perfect. All right, great. Thank you, guys. We're now going to move to advanced planning. Our next board meeting is September 23rd, right back here. And now we'll move on to adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion from trustee Ofstedel and a second from trustee Velasquez. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned.